duty tonight. How's it going? Oh. Okay. So let's see. I did some more work today. I picked up more. You can't see. Hold on. I'm expanding my jobs. So now I've got miner. I don't know why I picked these first because they're not gonna help me at all. Miner, goldsmith, and armor. Goldsmith probably will. So I picked those up today and I leveled those up about 15 to 20 on each one. So now, going back to MSQ, I also saw, I was just seeing today, where is this? What is this? I'll never go back. Wait, do I have, ooh, what's this? What's this? I think we have a, hold on. Jesus Christ, oh, my dogs are freaking out. Guys, what's up? Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, I was seeing a game today. I don't know if it came out recently. Stray. Stray.game. Third-person cat game. Looks like it just came out. Available on Steam. Released yesterday. Okay. All right, so we'll be getting to that. Cue that up. Oop. But yeah, we're gonna do some MSQ today. We might check out some of the sightseeing spots because I cannot figure them out. I continue to attempt them and can't get either I'm missing like a time of day or a command or something that I don't understand. So those have been frustrating. Let's see, Stray. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't tank my connection. Okay. And there we go. We got Stray. Getting ready. It's only 6 gigs. Okay. So let's see. We need to... Looks like we have something like either a Thaumaturge or a Black Mage quest actually available for us in Ul'dah. Probably be good to get that done. Where was this? Was it, it's further in, I think? Steps of Thal? Maybe? Maybe Steps of Thal? What is this? You have received an invite to the Novice Network from Mentor Lolita Dustinus Cactuar. Novice Network is a place beginning players can share their experiences and pose questions on adventures. Oh, okay, I got invited by a mentor. Cool. Well, I wouldn't be good enough. Question. This Novice Network, am I at risk of being spoiled in here? Like, by someone who doesn't, know any better? Inner release, Felcleave. Okay. Go back to there, and we're gonna check in here. Yes, but it's under tight moderation. It's also not that great, but it's something. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, yeah, it's better than nothing. It's better than asking general chat and being told up your butthole or something, you know. So fair enough. Or, I mean, I'm fully guilty. If you asked general chat a question in a main city in World of Warcraft, I intentionally gave you the absolute wrong answer. I thought it was funny. And I'm like, it's a game, so they're gonna, like I said, they're gonna remember going to that fuck off the beaten path, like out of fucking nowhere location and not finding anything. They'll remember that. If anything, I was doing those people a favor. Alright, so this was definitely one of them. There's a sightseeing spot here. Alright, that's enough barking. That's enough. I know, that's enough. You don't need, no, you don't need to bark at the neighbors. You don't need to. Alright, so the spot's right here. And the sightseeing spot, it says, even the strings of the tightest purse loosen upon seeing my famed balancing act. From Vaulted Gardens, that's where we are, Vaulted Gardens, a vaulted area. I leap onto the eastmost street lamp, this one. Then bask as dour, cloudy expressions break into smiles and a shower of gill. Such were the acrobat's words, and I would see as he saw. So, I can get on there. That's not hard. You can just run off the side and you'll land. And it'll tell me I'm at a vista. Then the next thing, bask as dour, cloudy expressions break into smiles. And a shower of gill. And bask. I mean, smile? Emotes. I wonder, like, is there an event, a time-based event, that, like, there are more people in here or something at certain times? Do I need to come back when, like, there's a bunch of people up here or something, or... In this place, there's a sightseeing spot here. I know it's right here. It's a vista. I can't figure out what the conditions are. I know I'm in the spot. It's this part. Then bask as dour, cloudy expressions break into smiles and a shower of gill. So, I gotta bask somehow. That wasn't it. Soothe, happy, storm, salute, Neil. Happy. No. Comfort, blow, kiss, yes, cheer. Pet, deny. Cheer. The spots have big blue lights. It's a visible huge light, and you look out to trigger it. Would it... Not that you aren't in a cool spot. It says I'm in a vista. I said I've arrived at a vista. I'm at the spot. How the fuck you get there? I did what it said. It said, even the strings of the tightest purse loosened upon seeing my famed balancing act. From vaulted gardens, I leap onto Eastmost Street. So let's go up into some vaulted gardens here. This vaulted, like, so raised ceilings, you know, really high cathedral ceilings, so vaulted, right? And then so in gardens there's like some greenery on the middle thing and like a nice, you know, thing. This is the most gardeny area of the whole city I could find. Right? With vaulted ceilings. It looks, I mean, this is fairly well gardens, right? It said, and it goes, from vaulted gardens, I leap onto the eastmost street lamp, which is this one, eastmost. So when I do, which I can just jump off that, walk off, boom, I'm at a vista. So I'm at the vista. I'm on the eastmost street lamp. Well, these are specific, you're right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is what I've been struggling with. I've tried like 3 today, And I've gotten like I'm at the Vista. Noon to 5 p.m. Look out. Get wrecked. Really? Why? That's okay. That's a little bit unfair. The time of day should really get more. Many of the ones later on are just lookout. Okay. So noon to 5 p.m. I could have sworn I did this. Oh, server time. I must have done it before noon server. Well, no, that's not. No, wait, hold on. This is my local time. Yeah. Yeah, that's why. That's why. Because server time is so far off from what I'm on. Which is, yeah, ET? Eorzea time? Yeah. Eorzea time. Okay, ET is what they call it. Gotcha. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, it moves faster. Okay, so yeah, we're about there. We're about to 12, so. And it's just lookout. Okay. 1 day is an hour, I believe. Okay, I like that. That makes these a little bit nicer. So you can go do something else for 20 minutes and come back if you came at the wrong time of day. Yeah, it's first one. Vista record, the Gold Court, a large atrium in the heart of Ul'dah. The Gold Court's opulence and scale make it a popular meeting place for the city's elite. The plaza once reserved for the Sultan's private balls, but has since been opened to the public due to a lack of funds to maintain the majestic hanging fountain at her center. Yeah, that's a crazy fixture. It's like a castle hanging. Later, it's just a giant transparent blue Pokeball, like, do emote here anytime. Okay, didn't know the class moments were picky. No, that's why I was like, well, this sounds cool. Like, they're like little puzzles. Like little escape rooms, you know? And then there's one more here. Okay. Come morning, when my watch is over, I stand upon the... Okay, now that I know it's morning, like, as in just once an hour, I could definitely squeeze this one in here. Come morning, well, it's 30 minutes from, well, it'd be an hour from, wait, hold on, you said 24 hours? Is 1 hour. So right now is 12:30, then 1 hour the same time. So I need to, 30 minutes would be midnight, so I need about 15 minutes to get to, like, morning. Okay. That was really tough for me to figure out. Trust me, yeah. Are puzzles though? Oh, like jump tricks into Hydro level difficult? Nice, okay. Do you know, I mean, yeah, fuck. I gotta, man, that's probably the only thing I would log back into WoW to do, is to show people the insane route to get to a some fools down in there. Oh, sure. And then there's the invisible wall on top of the AQ gates that you can, you know, like, angle yourself onto perfectly, and then auto-run spam jump, and you'll climb in height forever. Do that for like 45 minutes straight, and you can slow fall off in any direction and land anywhere in Kalimdor that you want. So I used it to get on top of Dire Maul. Or, well, and then more specifically, between textures of Dire Maul. Yeah. Some of the shit, like, in getting there is a whole ordeal. That's the only thing I would probably pull WoW back up to do is to, like, show people that insane route. I had to, like, piece that together from, like, 3 different exploration videos from different people. There was no single video showing the whole route itself. So come morning, when my watch is over, I stand upon the 3 plates of silver depicting the first 3 of our kind. Paying reverence to those who came before us, I salute my sworn brothers who stand before me. Such was the Sultan's sworn words I would see as he saw. Okay, so the 3 plates of silver depicting the first 3 of our kind. 3 plates of silver. I'm gonna have to walk around and look a little bit. I don't know if I have that imagery vault here. Check the goblet. Or is the goblet the... Goblet's the residential, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. I don't want to go to the wards. 3. It might be like over here. Somewhere in this area. 3 plates, 3 plates, 3 plates. Let's take the aetheryte to the front. Find where this is here. Okay. So 3 plates. Like, the only thing that comes to mind, or not comes to mind, but like what I'm imagining is going to be like 3 circles on the ground. What's this? I've never been in here. A burial chamber for who? Eroded? Oh. Well, there's 3 of something. What's this? This is Erlik's burial chamber where the dead rest in whatever piece they have found. I stand guard over that piece, and without proper leave, none shall disturb it while I watch. Oh, I just realized yeah, it's definitely not here. It's got to be in that middle area because it pops up in my recommendations when I'm only in that area. That's somewhere around here. One plate? 2 plates? Are these plates? These plates? Are you a plate? You're not a plate. You're a shield. You're a seal. A crest. But you're in here somewhere. Okay, so it's definitely not going to be in the same spot again right here. So you can avoid this entirely in the middle. It might be at the outer edges, or maybe up on Hustings Strip. But that's just above us, so it's probably not there. It's going to be like a different area. Let's see, what did that say again? Come morning, when my watch is over, I stand upon the 3 plates of silver. He's standing on them. Okay, 3 plates of silver depicting the first 3 of our kind. The 3 plates of silver depicting the first 3 of our kind. Paying reverence to those who came before me as I salute. Okay, so that's the emote part. 3 plates of silver. He stands on them. We gotta find somewhere where a guard could stand. Some sort of, I mean, plates tells me they're gonna be circles, right? Like, I feel like it's right in front of me, and it's not popping out at me because I'm looking for the wrong thing. Let's check up this way, and up and down this alley. Pearl Lane. I like how the streets are named. It's not just like you're in a certain district of the city, but like the street you're on shows up and just feels very much like a working, operating city. That'd actually be something I would like say any MMO should have for like, but only for iconic city. You don't want to do this for like every single city, obviously. Then it feels soulless. Is this 3 plates? Are there plates up here? Who are you? What do you have? wait. Oh, what's this? Oh, you're the person who taught me how to be a black mage. Nonomeda. Eliad Milvaneth's Sacrarium has guidance for those seeking the black. I sense the black magic within you has grown stronger, Trino. You have earned the right of my audience. I am pleased to see that you do not fear your newfound powers, but then, you adventurers were ever want to embrace the new. You are ready to set forth on your new journey to find the keys required to seal the Void Gate. Hear me well, for mine are Master's own words, and his those of Nadthal himself. Oops, did I skip something? Okay, I did. The next key requires the blood of sacrifice. Travel to the Segoli Desert in southern Thanalan. Slay what fiends emerge from the planar fissure there, and slake that land's thirst with their lifeblood. Once drunk, its essence shall be borne away upon the ethereal veins on the earth, and thence serve to notify our friends in the wasteland that the time has come. Complete the task before you, and the Black Mage testimony you carry will shine full with a new light. Light to envelop and absorb evil. Light to show you destruction and guide you to righteousness. This light is the key. Take it into you, where it will forever burn bright. That is all. Do you understand? Accept what you must do. Yeah. Go kill some things. Where are these fucking plates? It's got to be like maybe Colosseum, right? Colosseum. I don't think I've been up there. It's got to be Colosseum. Let's keep worming our way through here. Miners Guild, not gonna be concerned with that right now. It's not here. Very well could be in that upper area. Goldsmith's Guild. No. We're getting close though, I can feel it. Almost there. Wait, what's this? What about you? There's the Colosseum here. Huh? Okay, nothing going on in there. They really don't want you to find this one. What about this? And the last place it could be then is up. Because it's definitely not in this room right here. So it's got to be up in Hustings Strip. Yeah, right up here, upper level. Let's see if we find it there. There's 3 pillars. But he said discs. I wonder if it's one of these little outjuttings. Nothing jumping out of here. What's up here? Royal Promenade. No. 3 silver plates, huh? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Oh, no, their scale just says 2, not 3. Oh, here we go. Found it. Okay, and then I salute. Oh wait, it has to be in the morning. It's 5 p.m. So that's, I need, what is that? Well, it's not now. Alright, we will come back. 30 minutes to that, okay. We are gonna go now to do this quest. You'll never go back. Ooh, ooh. Southern Finland. I don't have Forgotten Springs. I have Little Alameda, though. Let's take that. Alright. And we'll go all the way down. And this time we will definitely be grabbing the Forgotten Springs crystal, so we can actually just pour it down there. I think we can jump this, can't we? No. Whoop. Whoop. Damn, these guys are beefy. All over 45s. Yeah, why not? We'll just go all the way up. We'll say hi to these guys. It's up here. Oh, now I am in a position where I need to jump off, and I'm going to not be able to. Uh-oh. Can we go around? Go down this way? Go this way? And we will... Yes, it goes under, okay. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, the Sagali. Whoa, what is that? No. We'll go this way? Yes. And now... Go here. Okay. And I'll take out of this guy. I think last time I got the the passive that now my... Yeah, I have instant fire 3 procs now. For free. Crazy. Nice. Alright, planar fissure. god, it's so much more damage. Level 40 is like such a fucking big dick jump, dude. 42 specifically. Once you get that, the Fire 3 instance. Oh, what did I do? I transpose. Alright. Oh, we got it. And get rid of this guy. I'm gonna. There's probably one more gonna jump out. Nope, that was the last one. Okay. Alright. Pour the Void-Sent blood into the fissure. Void-Sent's blood flows cold into the point of pressure. Okay. Lalai. Back to Ul'dah. And from there, we'll just take the Aetheryte to... Is it over here? Yeah. Weaver's Guild. It's done then, but the blackness you have awoken has yet to settle within you. Time is needed, Trino. Pray be patient. Can you continue to practice your mastery of the arcane, and come to me once more when the dark art is as much as you it. Or is as much you. Or whatever. Ooh, Blizzard 3. Deals ice damage potency of 260. Grants Umbral Ice 3 and removes Astral Fire. So I'm going to guess what you do is you cast Fire until your room, and then you cast Blizzard 3. And then do you just go straight back to Fire? Back to Fire 3 right after a Blizzard 3? Or do you try and get some mana first? You know, get some more. You just like wait one tick. You just alternate forever. Let's play around with it. My guess is you might like Blizzard 3 and then you might refresh your Thunder while you're getting your extra mana tick, and then you'll go ahead and you'll end with a Fire 3 back into Fire, and then you'll go back to Fire 1. I bet that's gonna be some of the tricks. Well, it has another task to strengthen your connection to the black. This one I get Freeze, which deals ice damage with a potency of 120 to target and all enemies nearby it. Can only be executed while under the effect of Umbral Ice. It's a 2.76 cast. Before some recast. Okay. Alright. Trino, I see in your eyes the look of a man prepared to take on the daunting responsibilities of the Black Mage. There are a few who know of our existence, even among those versed in the ways of magic. You will not even find mention of us in all but the most esoteric of texts. Yet the secret of our dark art lie encrypted here. The secrets of our dark art lie encrypted here, within the forbidden library of the Sacrarium. Master himself deciphered and read the text some 100 years past. It is said that the first of our kind were the favorite of Naldthal, and it was he who entrusted them with the duty of sealing the Void Gate. But as you well know, the power of black magic lies in its great potential for destruction. The slightest errand seed in its use may give rise to the most tragic of disasters. Of the disappearances of the Black Mages from Eorzea, Master says only we must not repeat the errors of the past. Trino, Master has made known to me what it is you must next do. Listen to his words now with all your being. Land have drunk deep of the blood you spilled, and by this act 3 souls of 3 races to Thanalan have come. The fires of our order once burned black and full, yet long ago they were left to wane and very nearly die. These 3 souls are the keepers of the embers that remain, of all that we know, or that we are now. In the hands of one who will usher our return, the gem of Shitoto, testimony of our creed, will shine with new light. And by that light, the three keepers will be made your allies. An Amaja by the name of Kazag Cha awaits by Burgundy Falls in the east of Fenelon. Go to him. That is all. Dwell not on the fact that the Amaja are the sworn enemies of Ul'dah. It is not your place to question Master's will, for it is the will of Nald'thal himself. So Nono Meta doesn't talk anymore. He like writes everything down, then Lelai delivers his writings. Mage, see the Void Gate sealed. Burgundy Falls, eh? What's this? Eastern. Go right to Camp Drybone. Through the Welwick Wood. Okay. International relations. Wow. We're in Nevada. We're on Argus. We're in Nevada. We're on Argus. We're in Nevada. We're on Argus. That's all I see. Okay, go up here. Right here. Okay. Kazag Cha. Welcome, Lalafell, chosen of Kukuruka and bearer of the gem of Shitoto. By the gem's power do our paths cross once more. At last the time spoken of in the prophecy has come, and yet I know nothing of he who would guide us, know nothing of he who would guide us. Come tell me your name. It's Trino. Trino Bobino. I am Kazag Cha, a sorcerer of the Amalj'aa, as were my forebears. I am the fourth of my line to walk this path, which brings me now to this land. As you well know, my kind bear the scorn of the Eldons. It is for that reason that I must remain here, far from the city walls. Great power this one has, but enough is it? Squat. Kazag Cha is terrifying to behold. Yes, yes, but he is both wise and kind. Good, warm, and kind. These are my brethren in the Black Trino, and now they are yours as well. Before you stand the Ixal, Dozo Melok, and the 269th Order Mendicant of the Kobolds, Daza. You have fed the ethereal currents with the blood of fiends. That the gem of Shitoto radiates as it does in your presence is proof of your deeds, and a sign of what must yet be done. It falls to me to bear witness to your awakening, and to pass on to you the knowledge that was entrusted to me. Know that you must face death before your purpose can be fulfilled. It is to the Silent King in Western Thanalan that you must next journey. There, too, lies a planar fissure, and there, too, must you slake the land's thirst with the blood of the fiends which surge forth from it. Okay. Fear not, each of us shall journey to the Silent King, and there convene once more. Seek out first the Ixal Dozo Melok, for your path is destined to first cross with his. When the deed before you is done, the gem of Shitoto shall shine with new brilliance. Okay. Let's go to Dozo Mountain Silent King. Okay. It's all the way over there. Just outside of Horizon. There we go. Dozo Millock. There you are. Birdman. To close planar fissure, strong black magic you need. You close, then come to Dozo Millock once more. Squawk. Okay. Do the thing. Fiend emerges. Okay. Open up with Fire 1. Take Thunder. Just eat that. Easy. And investigate. Procure. Okay. Void Sent Blood. Pour it in. Whoa. Oh, fucking. Really? I'll just wait for this. We'll try it. Let's see. Maybe we can get it in. That's right. Okay. Those are Melok. Squawk. Cause Chaw spoke true. Black is strong in Trino. You go now. Go see Daza. Daza is north of here. So we'll just go this way and find Daza. This goblin little dude. Here lies the planar fissure. Rift, tear, fissure. Use the power within you to seal it. Okay. Right there. This. Fire 1. Thunder into fire. Okay, pour the blood in. What was this saying? The cold blood of a creature not of this world. For some unknown reason, the humors will not coagulate. Okay. Daza. It is Kazag Cha foretold. Or it is as Kazag Cha foretold. You are chosen, Trino. You must return to him now. Yes, yes, return and tell Kazag Cha the deed is done, and it overdone. And he's just right there, isn't he? Okay. You are right here, up here. You have done well, Trino, as I knew you would. Come, it is time now to return to Burgundy Falls. Oh, yes, this way, okay, and right up there, Camp Drybone. I mean, is it faster just to go to Camp Tranquil, actually, and run down? I think it is. Yeah. Whoa! God, that's pretty. I like the marshy kind of areas in games. There was a zone in Elder Scrolls Online that was really nice too, where the Hist, right? The Hist was. the lizard people, the Argonians, lived in that area. It's real cool. Oh, it's just oh, it's nice. They're very unique areas. There's always like unique life there, and plant life and fauna. Not big on the foresty zones themselves, though. Alright, so these guys are going to be just right down there. Go. Yeah, okay. Strong private third class. Lost all beans, blah, blah, blah. Right up here. Kazag. Yo, Chaz, I got the beer you were wanting. Trino Bobino of the Black, you return to be victorious. What? The gem of Shitoto burns bright. You are indeed the heir to the dark, or to a dark and ancient power, as Kukuruka foretold. I am reminded of a prophecy my great-grandfather uttered long ago. When four magi meet in a barren land, black powers of Eld woven by their hand shall see the fate of wickedness made stark, and the path to light shall be lit by dark. The black powers of Eld require no explanation, and know that wickedness refers to the evil birthed by the void. That the seal holding the void gate will falter and fails beyond doubt. Yet your deeds speak of determination and ability, and in them I spy hope. I have learned of all of you that I must. I bestow upon you the knowledge kept by my line. Here and now I speak an oath to discard old grudges. By our power combined, the void gate will be sealed anew. You have brought this old Amalgam much happiness. Few believe the words, my great-grandfather. He was mocked and ridiculed, and worse, ignored. Yet your coming has fulfilled the prophecy he spoke. Trina, the dark magic coursing through you shares a deep bond with the void gate. Should that portal be cast open, you will come to great peril. Temper yourself in both mind and body. When you are ready, return to this land and seek me out once more. Then and only then will I speak to you of your next task. Whoa. Ooh. Oh, an ability? Whoa, thing. Yeah. Freeze. Okay. And the next one comes at 45. We are 42. Okay, so what was this freeze we have here? Deals ice damage with a potency of 120 to target, and all enemies nearby it can only be executed while under the effect of umbral ice. So let's see then. Maybe I'll put this over here. Yeah. It's R, V, R. Actually, I know what we'll do. We'll put this right here. X. It's good. Alright, now we'll go back to doing, like we promised, MSQ. There we go. Alright, now we're back on task. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Wineport. Okay, down there. Battle Scars. Its current area. What's this? Full remission, successfully complete the fate. It's not lupus. The highest rating possible. Huh? Fem. No whip. I don't know why that shows me. Okay, well. Ooh, good to know, I suppose. Oh, you bitch. Another one did, and... Just do that. Oh, I did get him. Nice. Okay. And then we go down. Alright, so we got that hunting log. Oh, we didn't. We got one more. Don't we? Yeah, it's 5, actually. I am too low. Okay, yeah, here it is. That's gotta be a mount, right? There's no way that's not a mount. Separate string. Right in here, this guy, dressed. Okay. Dressed appears to be in greater control of his faculties. I wish to thank Shamani for the wine. That was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Earlier today at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees. If placed in coconut shells and stored for a few bells' time, it makes for a fine wine. See, it should be ready by now. I left 3 shells out there. Please take them to Shamani for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope to one day do the same. I just jump down, land on his wine, spill it. You got any more? Click the palm wine. Oh, it's over here. Let's see. Oh, wow, it's down there. That'll be 1. Not trying to fuck with them right now. And there we go. Here's the other one. Here, we'll just go right back up. It has been some time, Trino. What news do you have of Dressed? Palm wine. Sap of a palm tree fermented inside an island coconut shell, far more potent than wine made from grapes. Palm wine, if brewed for too long, can cause a loss of eyesight or even death. Nice. Ah, yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking. A simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I shall have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We are not so different, Dressed and I. 2 men who have long struggled not to let our scars define us. I worry that he's been done with his thoughts for far too long. At his past time, I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him, Trino. Alright. What else you got? By the gods, Trino, listen. I know you're eager to wash your hands at this wine business, but I've just discovered something extraordinary about dressed palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf that has a very distinct shape and unusual odor. I thought I was going mad at first, but now I'm certain these are the leaves of a Bacchus grapevine. Do you know what this means? Somewhere in Raincatcher Gully, the legendary vine still grows. If we could obtain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. We must know where Drust found these leaves. Here, take them back to him and see what he remembers. That's cool. Oh! Rest. Oh, hello again. What is it? Bacchus grape leaf, a broad green leaf from a thought to be extinct Bacchus grapevine. It's just a leaf, isn't it? I only chose it because it was pretty. Didn't know it was rare. Found them near the Juggernaut to the south, but I didn't see any grapevines. I saw fresh gooby tracks though. Maybe the leaves came from vines growing on the back of one such beast. If you go looking for it, please be careful. Some goobus are more territorial than others, and you may have to defend yourself. No way. They're growing on the backs of the giants? Look at this dude. Church. Oh, Jolly Green is. Oh no, there's something different. Let's do it anyway. Oh no, why did I do that? Oh shit, no! So it's to this, to one of those, to one of those, to this. we got it. Okay. Ooh, that was close. Nice. There goes that. Thunder. Another fire. Into a blizzard. Into a fire. Yeah, I think I get it now. I think I get it. It's straight Blizzard 3 when you're out of mana, and then while you're like then just straight up next cast Fire 3 if you don't need to refresh Thunder, but I think you should probably refresh Thunder while you're in Fire so it gets more damage. Yeah, it literally you get like fucking 6,500 just in one tick, and you'll get that just within casting this after that. It feels really good too. If I'm doing it right anyway. Maybe I could have that completely wrong. Right here. Yeah. Let's go up here. He killed my chocobo. Right over here. Shamane Lamane. What did Drust have to say, Trino? Tell me everything. Bacchus grapevine. A cutting from a Bacchus grapevine, a variety of sweet wine grape thought to be long extinct. Hand over. I was right. This smell, this texture. I hold in my hands a Bacchus grapevine cutting. Come now, enough of this nonsense. I've heard talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe that a common adventurer and a novice vintner could... 12 is my witness. It is a Bacchus grapevine. Wherever did you find this fantastic specimen? What? You offer this to me? But why? There is none better positioned to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master Birgent. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion to do so. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting. I never knew you cared so deeply about your craft. Thank you, good sir. I will not squander this gift. In just a few years' time, I swear that every tavern across the Eorzea will once again be clamoring for a cast of Wineport's legendary Bacchus wine. Sir, you needn't... Wait. The shape of this bottle, the scent of this label... This couldn't possibly be a 1547 Bacchus, but that's impossible. This vintage hasn't been seen since years before the calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collection. For years, I debated opening it, wondering if today or tomorrow would be the ideal time. But now I realize that it was never meant for me. It should be savored by the saviors of Wineport, I say. He has made us an offer we cannot refuse. Master Gegaruju will find no finer wine. You have forever changed Wineport, Trino. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. But do not permit me to delay you any longer. Pray deliver the wine to Captain Weiskett. Well, yes, I would very much like to drink it, but I am a patient man. I have faith that one day I shall have another opportunity to taste perfection. Alright. So we had to deliver the Bacchus wine to Weiskett, who's in Costa del Sol. Okay, so how do I actually leave Novice Network now? Because I don't like it. I don't want to be in here. Log details? General... Leave channel novice. So actually leave. Novice. I have no idea. Ooh, right, yes, that's why we were getting the wine, because the guy wanted the wine. Waistcoat. You surly bastard. Can we say, can we have your permission to save the world now, or? Your prolonged absence was beginning to concern me, so what of the wine I asked you to bring? A vintage wine from the year 1547 of the 6th Astral Era. Is that? 7 hells a 1547 Bacchus. Even I know how rare that is. I have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you, but congratulations, Trino. Thanks to you, this will be the most luxurious feast Costa del Sol has seen in years. Considering the lengths you went to, I hope our guests appreciate it. Speaking of which, your associate arrived a short while ago. She appears to be growing somewhat impatient. Perhaps you could tell her that the banquet is about to begin. Ooh, banquet time? Goofy Sprightly? Has been known to attack kids for no reason. Ooh, a little minion? Hold on, what's this guy? Let's do this to use him, and then we'll go here to minions, and then we will put him here. Nice. He's almost as tall as me, nearly. His little run. He's like, ah, slow down. Ah. He looks really out of breath. Oh, wait, do this, and then if I... Oh, God. Where is he? There he is. Okay. You can swim? I thought this didn't exist at all. I had no idea you actually could swim in this game. Wait, hold on, how far can I swim? Can I go down? Just surface swimming? Wait, where's this arrow go? Oh, it's fairy docks. Wow. Hold on, can I go all the way out there? To the White House? Ooh. Whoa, there's coral. Big table coral. Brain coral over there. Oh. Wow. I was not expecting. Oh, I see. And I'm about to hit the line there. I see it. I see it. No? I can go past it? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. And there's the edge. See, now that's a fair way to put a wall. I like when they actually show you the invisible walls. It's like, yep, it's just a force field, literally. Oh, that's a shark. Hold on. Oh, oh, come here. Come here. Can I swim faster if I sprint? Oh my gosh, I can. Will he attack me? Hey, buddy. Hey, big boy. Or it's like a whale shark almost? No, it's not. It's like a basking shark. Oh no, he can go behind the wall. I like this. He's my friend now. Okay, where are we at? Heroes, yeah, let's just teleport back there. I'm gonna use my bar 8 now. Oh, do this, and then 1, 2. This one here. And I'm gonna move all my minions over there. I'm gonna have like a whole grid of just like RP buttons over on the right side eventually. Right, here we go. Stola. Alright, sorry, I got distracted. You have the look of a man who has been to the 7th hell and back. That a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for a banquet held in his own honor, and this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all. It beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism. Had I been to endure such ignominy, I fear I should have accepted my lot with less grace. Lady Y'shtola, Sir Bobino. A thousand pardons for this extreme discourtesy. I was wholly unaware of your true identity, sir. Had I known, I would never have permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable ordeals. Oh, that's the really rich. Come now, he must have sensed something was amiss. You didn't seriously think I would send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you? Spare him mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment. And unlike me, Trino has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten him. Aye, aye. Fair's fair. There's no sense in hiding it any longer. We 5 were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the company of heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath. That any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured, not by their reputation, but by their deeds. Each man would judge these would-be god-slayers by his own criteria. If even one found him wanting, he would be rejected without a second thought. But if he proved himself worthy, we swore that we would do our utmost to support his cause. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give their lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice. To send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of a foe against whom they have no hope of victory is worse than futile. Titan is not one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy. Which is why the 5 of you deigned to test Trino with such commendable thoroughness. Time well spent, I am sure. But tell us, Captain, what is the assessment of you and your fellows? He's a brave one, that much is certain. He willingly walked into the midst of danger despite my repeated warnings that it could cost him his life. His skill was undeniable. He stalked his prey as relentlessly as any child of the sands, and struck with precision when an opportunity presented itself. Too many adventurers these days care only for fortune and glory. Trino, however, is a kind and generous soul. I am certain he has no shortage of loyal allies who would gladly fight at his side. Pshonk. Willie Uplander is talentful plansmaker. Tricksy foe for mighty Rockman. I can only concur with my colleagues' assessments. We 5 of the company of heroes hereby judge you a worthy challenger. Cast down the Lord of Crags, Trino Bobino, and write a new chapter in the history of Eorzea. Alright. With the formalities out of the way, let the festivities begin. Summon the dancers and pour the wine. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends, for today we celebrate the birth of a new legend, Trino Bobino, Titan's Bane. Ooh, I like that. Trino Bobino, Titan's Bane. right. Okay. Brown-skinned beauty. All right. Congratulations, Sweetling. Now relax and enjoy the show. It's only just begun. All right. Okay, let's see. Got... Oh. Let's sit. Yes, there we go. Can you move? Okay, there we go. We eat the food. It's good. Was that the Pokemon sound? But no, that's no, that's never mind. I'm stupid. That's literally just the Final Fantasy victory sound. Okay, whatever. Tasting the exotic feast triggers a divine revelation. In that brief, transcendent moment, you can glimpse the true form of reality, comprehend its fleeting nature, and cry out to the heavens in celebration. Partake of the feast. Okay. Shamani Lomani. When you face the Lord of Crags, think not of Limsila, Minsa, Eorzea, or anything beyond its chamber, or beyond his chamber. Think only of the men and women by your side. Fight for them, and they will fight for you. Remember that no great victory was ever achieved alone. Brayflux Altox. Goodly Uplander must be facing mighty Rockman with clever fighty think. Gabi Flock cannot be coming to rescue this time. Landonel. Ah, Trino, brave fool, promise me that when you meet Titan, you'll look him in the eye and tell him Landonel sends his regards. Lord Noon, you are a veteran of countless battles, Trino. This is but one more. Trust in your experience, and you will prevail. You are blessed with the fortitude to rival the Earth itself. Titan will struggle to break you, I think. Oh. You are kind to indulge them, Trino. This banquet is as much for the company as it is for you, whatever they may claim. I do not deny that they mean well, but now is scarcely the time for celebration. Though they have all but pronounced you the victor, the battle with Titan has yet to begin. The hour has come for the good captain to make good on his promise. We must speak with him again. Alright. Whiskets. Must be eager to face Titan. As promised, we will show you the way. Travel to Bronze Lake in Upper Lenosia. There you will meet with Ryal, another man who once served with the company. To ensure that his knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, he will remain in hiding until you have given the correct signal. Give me your map. You must whistle loudly at 3 locations I mark. Only then will he appear to meet you at this 4th location. I realize this may seem excessive now, but you will see that it is more reasonable once you comprehend the risks inherent in our method. So loudly at the 3 locations. Okay. As you wish in Upper Lenosia. Oh, I don't have that one. Let's take the ferry docks to western to upper, so we'll go airport. Spell speed. Vitality, determination, skill speed, piety, skill speed. Hit direct hit rate, bubble chocolate. Maybe that, yeah. Hit crit. It's supposed to be 10% raisins, okay. Let's sort here too. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we'll take this ferry to the other side. Yeah. Children's. And then we got, okay, as you wish right there. Whistle at those three locations. Ooh, this place is cool. Salamander. Five of them, okay. Okay. Go up a little further and see if we can't see them. We got these guys. What are these? Executioners. Alright, there's salamanders. Amulja executioners. I found one of them. Here we go. Infiltrators. Sophists. That's fine. We'll come back to those. Let's whistle ourselves here into a little secret club. But first, we'll get this check. We'll keep. Yeah. Okay. Last one's over here. Up? Yes. Alright, and then we go to the fourth location. Gotcha. Which is up. Okay, let's not go down. Do, 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 do. Ugh. Okay. Real. Greetings, mate. Might you be the one Captain said comes calling? Fuck. I thought so. Pay attention now, because I ain't explained myself twice. Years ago, when we was weighing up how to get to Titan, one of our scouts stumbled across the Beastman's Aetheryte, see? Yeah, what's that look for? Not familiar with him? He speaks of an unamplified Aetheryte which has been claimed by a beast tribe. Lest you wonder, there is no fundamental difference between such Aetherites and those which you have used on countless occasions, Trino. Okay. Oh, well, if it ain't the Charlian lass. Welcome back. Forgive me for interrupting. I had planned to await your report, but I succumbed to curiosity. The tunnels beneath Ogomoro form a bewildering labyrinth that no outsider has ever fully explored. How the company of heroes managed to navigate it is a mystery I have long pondered. Give us a bit of credit, love. We weren't daft enough to try going in the front. The colds are always digging new tunnels and filling the old ones with traps. Wrong step, and the next thing you know, we've got 100 tons of rock on your noggin. Suicide to even try, see? Funny thing was, the kobolds didn't seem to have no trouble finding their way around, and it was that as got us thinking. I mean, Ogomoro mines are like a bleeding city, ain't they? And getting around in a city that big would be a right pain in the arse if it didn't have an Aethernet, wouldn't it? So it stood to reason that the kobolds must have one, didn't it? Okay. Even if there were Aetherite shards in the depths of Ogomoro, you would indeed have to attune you would have needed to attune yourselves to them before you could identify their signatures within the life stream. Well, that's where you're wrong, Lev. We had this Charlian bloke to help us. See, delivered us right into Titan's bedchamber. He did. I don't rightly know how he did it, but I do remember him saying it weren't nothing any Charlian scholar worth her salt couldn't manage. Did he now? Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible if the Aetherites in question happen to be... yes, but in order to guide a traveler to said beacon safely, a second party would need to be required to... It is possible in theory at least, yet I cannot be certain until I try. Plainly, all will depend upon whether or not I am worth my salt. Oh, you are, lass. Don't you worry about that. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Why don't we all go to Zelma's Run, and take a closer look at the Aetherite. It ain't far, though there's sure to be a few kobolds blocking the way. Not you can handle, mind. Right, Zelma's Run. We go up here. Yeah, alright, nice. Oh, and did we get this? We need to get this first. Yeah, the Camp Bronze Lake. Alright. Right here, Beastman Aetherite. Oh, it really is, yeah. So this is the Aetherite the company of heroes used to gain access to Titan's sanctuary. It is, as Papalamo speculated,
In its present state, the Aetheryte signal will not be strong enough for our purposes. I may, however, be able to use my own energies to amplify it. Alas, the task will monopolize my attention for the duration. It seems you will have to proceed without me, Trino. I must needs remain here and supplement this beacon's power, lest you be denied by your only path of escape. Okay. Fear not, I will summon the Maelstrom forces stationed nearby to protect us. With effort, it is possible that I may be able to stabilize the Aetheryte signal and thereby join you, albeit belatedly. Until such time as I do, you will be on your own. Now, let us see if I am worth my salt. I have located another beacon, one far below the mountain. I can only speculate as to what you will find there, so stint not in your preparation. The navel, now accessible. Ooh, alright, we got a dungeon. Let's queue up here. Wait, do I have a... I do. Where is it? This? Use. Wait, I can just right click on it. Party of other players, the naval, join. That's about 7 minutes. I actually want to, in that time, go to Oldon, work on some goldsmithing a little bit while we're waiting in queue. Oh, we're literally about to fight Titan. Bodrick, do you want in on this? Serendipity? Oh, Trina, I'm honestly save me from this pain. Having fun on Prague. I'm about to fight Titan. Tar's asleep and maintain sleep holes. Fun. Honestly, a bit surprised to see you. Most newcomers find Gigi's evaluations so harsh that we never hear from them again. I'm so glad you didn't take him seriously when he said your copper wasn't fit for a chamber pot. I mean, really, it doesn't even make sense. You could make a chamber pot out of anything. Anyway, I hope you've been working hard because your next task won't be as nearly as easy as the last. That is a bunny boy in a maid outfit. That's awesome. Listen, well, Trino, I want to make you 3 copper. Yep. I'm sure they'll love to see me online turning Titan with a full queue if you want. What does that mean? It's fine. I mean, do this in the meantime. It's a short queue. It's like 7 minutes. Listen, Trino, I want to make you 3 copper gorgets. For this, you'll need 3 copper ingots, which you very conveniently learned to make last time. Now I direct you to purchase one from there are other ways to obtain it. You can dig it up yourself, perhaps, or handle a friendly miner. A lonely miner will convince them to share some with you. However, you choose to obtain your materials, I'm sure they put them in boopers. Okay. We will do that. Copper gorget. Let's make some of these things. Actually, let's make this. Alright, bone staff. Gorget. Okay, so we're gonna need 2 copper rings. Alright. And let's get... We have plenty of those, okay. We need more leather, though. This one is quality, so it goes there. This one is progress, we'll go there. Alright, let's make these. Make 3 of them. Some crafting good vibes want to share with you once I'm free. Sure. Remind me. Alright. Let's see. Crafting's chill as fuck. It's fun. Just kind of been doing it like during my work day when I have nothing else to do. Oh, alright, that's fine. We must have procced that. Yeah, there we go. Alright, and then let's just do quick synthesis on 2. Let's see, what else can we do? We can synthesize one of these. Ragstone, Whetstone, copper earrings. let's make 3 of these. Okay, got time to type here? No. I'm already thinking about, like, I could have my bars set up specifically for a controller setup for these, for the crafting jobs, so I can just do them with that. Jesse Cox video. Hi Jack, you know what? We haven't watched it. We haven't watched it yet. So you're still just in time. We actually are going to first be fighting Titan. Actually, hi Jack, do you want in on that? Do you want in on Titan? This hasn't popped yet. Do you want in? We're going to the naval. I'm going to the naval. Bodrick is currently wiping, so it may take a bit to get over there. All right, that's fine. I'll continue just doing this here. I'm gonna withdraw from this because it'll be instant with you there, I'm sure. Wiping well. Bodrick's having a grand old time right now. I'm starting to do omnicrafting. Hi Jack, I got a couple more professions learned today, and they're starting to run together, and it's very satisfying. Titan has some sweet mechanics. Shut up, Bodrick. I'm kidding. It's not. That's fine. Has some sweet mechanics, but you won't get to see them. I won't get to see them. Pretty good. As in things that'll repeat the lessons. Okay. Just saying MSQ literally dump on his ass in the level. I mean, yeah, it's gonna happen. Let's see. Dig, decipher. Oh god, I forgot about these things. Locate a buried treasure coffer. Okay. What was it doing? Okay, this ring. Let me try. I mean, that's worth it. Efficiency 250%, success rate 50%. That's mathematically worth it. Okay, well, right now it's not. Shit. Fuck. Let's try and get some quality on this thing. Oh my god. Rapid synthesis, come on. Proc, man! What the fuck? It failed every time! 50% it fails every time. A 50% chance of failing every time. Oh man, okay. Can never count on that shit. I know, I'm like, mathematically it should be worth it, right? Like, but I guess these are sample sizes too short of length that you can't trust the law of averages to actually come out. The odds that you diverge from that are too high. Let's see. Basic touch. Yeah, we'll just do it. Prime it up. It's Cactuar. Okay. Unable to invite. Oops. You may have got me mid-teleport. I think it's bugged. There we go. Let's try that again. There we go. Wait! What emote did you just use? Oh wait, no. Never mind. We figured that one out. We figured out that spot. Never mind. There's a sightseeing spot that literally says, oh, baskets cloudy, breaking the smiles and showers of gill. So like you did that. I'm like, oh, was that what they needed to do? Yeah, no. But it was just we just had to do it at a specific time of day. Okay. We gotta queue up for the naval. Oh, I need to do this. First, let me save that, and then we go to here, and then we'll queue up for the naval. And we're in. Let's go. Does sit-ups for you? That's such a... Oh, man. They could have just said, does sit-ups in front of you, or, you know, no, you're doing these for me. Yes. Alright, let's go. Real primal time. Look, an overdweller. Yes, an invader from above. He uses our aetherites against us. He has defiled Titan's sacred sanctuary. Trespassed, violated, defiled. Overdwellers must leave. Overdwellers must fly. Brothers and sisters, fear him not. His fate shall be decided by the Lord of Crags. Hear me, Overdweller. You and your treacherous brethren must be held to account for the breaking of the covenant. You shall be first to face judgment. Then Limsa Lominsa and her oathbreakers, liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. O great Father, Lord of Crags, Titan, we summon you. Titan, we summon you. O great Father, Lord of Crags, Titan, we summon you. Titan, we summon you. Yo. What? Oh shit. Oh. Whoa. Here he has come, the Lord of Crags, Titan has come. Overdweller, art thou deaf to their weeping? Thy vile kind coveth ever the blessing of the land and murdereth my children by the score, all in service to greed, such sins are beyond pardon. But I am not the first to suffer thy defiance. Thou didst bring Ifrit low. Titan. Godless Overdweller, thy myriad heresies shall not go unpunished. Upon thee shall I wreak a terrible vengeance. Jesus. You guys, fucking funny. Alright. Let's do it. The edge. Whoa. Holy shit. Wait, do we have to, like, jump it? Do we have to jump? Do I have to jump? I have to jump? Do I jump? No? Oh, no. Okay. His heart. Get his heart, get his heart. Oh, come on. Fire. Is he done? No? Oh? He's jumping? Tremble before the might of the earth? Holy, what the? Jesus, okay. Chill, dude. What is this on? Oh god, I didn't even see that. Okay. Into Blizzard 3. Into Fire 3. Fire. Another Thunder. Nice. Easy, dude. Titan who? The Lord of Crag's great father Titan has fallen. Titan. Crystal. They need to add RTX to this game. Just cause. Just think it look really good. Oh, that hairstyle? Me too. Thank you. I was like, you know, definitely I want to go with the pompadour, but like I think the white pompadour with the black sides looks really good. It moves in the weather too. Yeah, yeah. I love the bobbing around. It's very animated and fun and playful. The crimes of the Overdwellers shall never be forgiven, never be forgotten. No, no, never. They're doing graphic overhaul soon. I mean, no, people have been talking about that. And, like, apparently it's showing up in the dungeons. Like, there's totally new things. But there's actual, oh, like animation overhauls too. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so Jiggles in the wind. Nice. "'Twas your kin who broke the covenant. We have acted only in defense of our lands. Cease your aggression, or never will there be peace. Until our dying breaths, we shall defy you. Deny, decry, defy." Titan who, dude? Now these are the readings one would expect of an icon. "I have seen enough. We proceed as planned." "Are you sure that is wise, my lord? Your curiosity is untested and unproven. We do not yet know its true capabilities." "Then trust in mine, Redatin. My curiosity, as you so eloquently put it, would have bested Titan in the blink of an eye." "Why, if there be truth to the legends, it could readily subjugate the whole of Eorzea given but a little while longer. Is that not so?" "It is. No greater single power has ever been conceived, much less realized." "What you say may well be true, but while such devices may win battles, I do not believe they will serve to change the course of this war." "Oh, but they will. Have a little faith, my friend." I need to get a voice changer so I can read these lines and play with like that. "I cannot endorse this course of action." I used to have one. It was a hassle to like set it up and turn it on and off. Fool. And now he has a fourth. Fascinating. "Carry on, Crystal Bearer. Far though you have come, your work is far from done." Oh. Stop, what are you doing? "And not remain to mark his passing." While the Asians are nothing if not elusive, it is of little wonder that they should cast advanced teleportation magics at will. Yeah, that's right, they changed that whole fight with that guy? I haven't seen that yet? Huh. But that they would choose to consort with the Empire. What common goal could they possibly share? I feared I might arrive too late, but I see you had the matter well in hand. I have taken measures to ensure that we are not pursued, yet I cannot say how long they will hold. Take your leave while the kobolds are still in disarray. I will follow you anon. There is something I must investigate before I depart. I will teleport you to the Aetheryte in Zelma's Run, and we will rendezvous at Camp Bronze Lake. Agreed? Yeah, sure. See you there. Shield Arms Bra, it used to be the first 8-man in ARR, but now it's solo? Wow. Okay. Going out this way, right? No loot drop from that, I don't think, right? Okay. Alright, and... I don't know why I'm casting fire too. Works. Okay. First, oh no, we're not doing that one. This is to Crags, Camp Bronze Lake. So Titan used to be an 8-man? Is that what you're saying? Well, the thing we just did? I'm relieved to see you well, but come, let's discuss our next step. Mount speed in Upper Lenosia has increased. Mount speed in Outer Lenosia has increased. What? Oh, you know what? I thought my mount was moving slower in certain areas. I just couldn't, like, prove it. Huh. No, the shield-armed guy with the armor. Okay. You should always discuss your next task. Though word will already have reached Maelstrom Command, protocol requires that a representative of our order inform the High Commander of the mission's success. The honor is rightfully yours, Trino. Once again, I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon. You got a new mount today? Oh, whoa. Where's that from? Or I guess, well... Was that hard to farm up? From raid or something? How do I see what the actual mount is that you're riding? It's from Hunt Trains? Huh. That's sick. I like the little tent on the back too. Or I like the little umbrella. Let's go to Rashikariki? Rashat Riki. How do I leave novice chat? I got invited that earlier by someone, and then I joined, and now I just want to get rid of the spam. I guess I could probably filter it, maybe? Good question. Okay. Upper decks. Yeah, there. Okay. Aft castle. Maybe a setting option. Ethernet. Aft castle. Shot Riki. It is good to see you, Private Bobino. Word of your triumph reached me some while ago, but I am pleased to have it personally confirmed. First Ifrit and now Titan. Truly, when I think of your achievements, I feel the loss of the Warriors of Light less keenly, and there can be no greater compliment than that. You and your order are heroes. Suffice it to say, we are glad to have a scion in our ranks. I shall relay the details of your report to the Admiral forthwith. Please send my regards to the scions of the 7th Dawn. Until next time, Private. Yay! Trino, this has been Philia. Ristala informed me of your success. You have won a great victory for the people of Eorzea, one that shall not be forgotten. And what is more, both you and Y'shtola emerged from Ogamoro unscathed, while Tataru and the others seemed as glad of that as they did of Titan's fall. You can look forward to a hero's welcome. We'll be awaiting your return to the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. You guys know what that means. That means voiced cinematics. Okay, let's go back to the Waking Sands. Alright. Yeah. Thank you for running that with me, Hi, Jack. Let's go down here. Whoa! What the fuck happened? What? Whoa, what the fuck? Oh. What? We were attacked? This one is glad, walking one is safe.
We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. Thank heavens he is safe. Louisoire, do you see? Your light shines brightly in this one, and in time, it will illuminate the realm once more. Oh!
Whoa.
Advance no further.
Oh, it's these guys.
We have
Minions
come
of
for the
Dalmud
one
or whatever.
who slayed Ifrit and Titan.
That's a cool voice.
Bring him forth, or you shall know no mercy.
Tataru. Jesus fuck.
Confound it.
Brutal. Confound it.
Stay out of sight. I would leave a message with you.
Go sit in the pantry. They'll think you're a cabbage.
I surrender myself, on the condition you spare the innocents.
Conditions? There speaks the Supreme Sire. I'll grant you have courage, but you would be better served by armor.
Search all you will. The
Oh,
one you seek
oh,
is not
jeez,
here.
they got me with that.
So, it would seem.
God, the mouths being a part of the mask and not their actual mouth is freaky.
And yet
That's
you
so
need
uncanny.
to look here. But how?
Hold that thought.
No!
You ever just kicked a cabbage though? Just like full 100% running start, like
Conditions of
full
surrender.
follow through, punt a
Denied.
fucking cabbage and explodes. Just saying, I don't blame her for that.
Cease at once.
That's a really kickable character. I'm just saying.
Have you not done enough?
Perhaps. Enough. We must away. Though we have not found our quarry, the High Priestess of the Scions should suffice for now. They say she also possesses the Echo. I cannot wait to hear her scream. I said enough. We leave. Bring the prisoners.
Can't wait to kill her. Jesus. Walking one. Minfilia asked this one too. In case walking one returned, this one was to say, at church in eastern Thanalan, walking one must claim sanctuary. This one tried to protect walking one Minfilia from Imperial ones. Forgive this one. Save. Throw it in the soup. Okay. A church. Church of Saint Eldama. Right there, Camp Drybone. Let's see, we want to go. Yep. Up this way. So that's Ifrit down, Titans down, but now we got some Imperials busting in. They've been encroaching. Now we gotta deal with it. And that's probably gonna be the next arc. Ilud? Or Leod? Iliad? Iliad. Is something troubling you, my son? You have the look of one who has endured great suffering. Is there anything I can do to help? Anything at all? You need only ask. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Curse my enemy's father. Call down divine vengeance upon those who have butchered my friends. The father is dead, Father, and I know not what to do. Close your eyes and look within. Let's see it. So, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Close your eyes. Look within. Acknowledge your misdeeds and your regrets. Pray, endeavor to atone with earnest heart. You shall surely find salvation, my son. That's not what I need. Curse my enemies, Father. Crimes of which you speak are grave, yet I cannot do that which you ask of me. Be assured, however, that the gods see all. If you would ask them for anything, let it be justice, not vengeance. The wild roses are dead, Father, and I know not what to do. The wild roses? I see. You may speak freely here. We are all friends of the Scions. How could this have happened? Are you certain that Minfilia was among those taken by the Garleans? Yeah?
the thing told me. Neuraxia, right? Neuraxia. Let us pray no further harm comes to them. You may stay here for as long as you wish. It is the least I can do for a friend of Minfilia's. I have known her since she was but a child. Well, I do recall the day of our first meeting. Or, well, I do recall the first day. Okay. I swore then to do everything in my power to support her, and I will gladly offer the self-same service to her brother and sister scions. So please, no matter what you require, you need not hesitate to ask. Marquez, would you come here for a moment? Yes, father. If you require assistance, pray speak with Marquez. He is a trifle shy, but I assure you he means well. I should explain, Marquez is a survivor at the Battle of Cartno. Alas, his experiences took a terrible toll upon his mind. That's the battle in the cinematic, right? Yeah. Had we not taken him into our care, he would surely have perished in the desert. Marquez, I want you to look after Trino. Do you understand? Yes, father. Oh, that's you. What is this actually? Plagued by indecision, you can't take it with you. Hold on. Think you cannot escape Father Iliad's dark eyes. I'm gonna do this one side quest, I think. Death begets death, especially in those places where privation is the sovereign. A corpse left unburied. Oh, yeah, I found a typo. I found a typo in the dialogue text. A corpse. I think this should be a corpse. A corpse left unburied. Corpse left unburied is as a rich field to Vilekin, where they may sow pestilence and water it with their miasma. Of course. See? Not a typo. Quick, report that bug! Nowhere is the rule of privation so apparent as in Lost Hope. A man may die upon the roadside there and go unclaimed. For no ties bind these unhappy folk together except a common misfortune. Their homelands are no more. But as long as they live, some hope remains, and so we must thwart pestilence ere it begins. Will you deliver this repellent to that den of sorrow? Yeah, sure. Alright. Personal request. Excuse me, Trino, do you have a moment? It concerns this broken horologe, which was found in the pocket of a man brought here by burial. Or for burial. There is something familiar about it, but just what I cannot say. Perhaps if I tinker with the device, it will come to me. However, I lack the proper tools to do so. I would ask that you journey to Camp Drybone in my stead to obtain a bull-point chisel and a pair of needle-nose pincers. They are often used by goldsmiths, so perhaps they would be the best people to ask. Of course, I do not expect you to foot the bill. Here takes this coin purse that should cover it. Alright, we will just leave all those. And in fact, we'll leave that one too. Jesus, what was that? That was a massive effect. So, because I bought the full game, like the $60 whatever that contained Endwalker, do I now have access to all those, like, the extra races too? Or, like, the bunny boys and... I'm not saying I want to play one, but, I think, like, those ones were an expansion one, right? Or the cat boys or whatever. Is that from Korthas? Hand the weighty coin purse to Traveling Goldsmith. I noticed Korthas is like a low-level zone, it seems. But I haven't seen it. A bull-point chisel, you say? And try to answer in party? Yeah, sorry, we're not in party. My bad. I left group. Needle and pincer, those things don't come cheap, you know. You should have access to all races. Okay. Balls. I mean, yes, that should be sufficient payment. Nice doing business with you. You know, so I know people say there's no reason to have an alt in Final Fantasy, but what about storage? Wouldn't an alt serve as like a huge amount of extra storage for like mats and things, like like for crafting? The earring I have helps you level faster and levels with you. Oh, it's a special editions that get you the extra stuff? Oh, okay. Gotcha. What is this? Nice. I made that. Where? Okay. So we got the stuff. Deliver the tools. You can transfer mats to alts with a second person to do, and it's not worth it. Like, you can't just mail stuff to an alt. It doesn't let you. Or whatever, I don't know how that system works exactly. I'm sure it may not be as convenient or whatever. You made an alt to try to do that? Ah. Alright, Marquez. Male Vieira. That's funny. Have you brought the tools I requested? Yep. Something occurs to me. Please wait here for a moment. You can only mail the friends and on the same server. It was for naught, though I repaired the device easily. This sensitive. Oh. How did I do it? These hands, my hands, they moved with a mind of their own, deftly manipulating the clockwork mechanisms. There was no doubt or uncertainty. I knew exactly what to do, as though I had performed the same motions countless times before. Pardon me, Trino, this was a mistake. Please give the horror log to Sister Eluned. The man who once owned it is currently in her care. I think it best that it be returned to him. Right up here. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Gotta head back to my server so I can buy some buffs for tomorrow. I'll still be watching, but I'm gonna head back to. Fair enough, man. Thanks for helping me on Titan. Marty, sir, have you come to pay your respects to this man? Never before I have seen such a queer device. You say that it measures the passing of time? A clock? Mayhap they are more common in Garlemald. I am given to understand that in cities are filled with all manner of amazing technologies. Marquez said that it belonged to the deceased? Dear, you don't suppose that the owner might have been a Garlean spy? It may behoove us to notify the authorities in Camp Drybone. But mayhap more importantly, how did Marquez manage to repair this device? I knew he had a talent for the trades, but this goes far beyond mending devices and thatching roofs. A level 34 weapon coffer? Ooh. Tooth goat horn staff, a decorated buckler. Still not better than the... Yeah, this is a pretty friggin' good. Yeah. 11 spell speed. Alright. Sister Elenette is staring at you with great sadness in her eyes. I recognize you now, Trino. Allow me to express my deepest condolences for those who lost their lives in the attack. Oh, she old. I apologize if discussing this upsets you, but you should know that the bodies of your comrades are presently being removed from the Waking Sands and prepared for transport here. If you wish to leave this work to others, I understand. However, taking part might help you find closure. Speak of the merchant outside the Waking Sands. Here's a trick with coffers. You can switch to another job and open to get the weapon for that job. I did, I tried that and was successful with Rogue. I had a nice, like, level 20, 26 weapon just sitting there for me. So I had an idea to have craftable coffers you could use to store the entire set of armor and weapon one-time use coffer that takes plus spaces. That would be cool, yeah. If you could basically make like an armor kit, you know, or like an armor case. You don't look like one of them church fellas. Not that I'll turn you away, no sir. As you can see, we've got a pile of unidentified bodies over yonder. No one's come to claim them, so off to the Lich Guard they go. Be thankful you didn't have to go inside and see the carnage for yourself. It was the stuff of nightmares, I tell ya. God's Imperials. Since aircraft would make an item needed by everyone. Yeah, basically have something in demand. I don't know what quarrel they had with these folks, but I sure as hells don't want to know. The sooner we put this behind us, the better. Say, ain't I seen you round here before? Or do you just have one of them faces? Ah, never mind. Any road, there's a carriage come to haul the bodies to the Lich Yard out by the east gate. There's only 8 left to load up, but seeing as I'm exhausted from carrying all the others, I have a mind to leave the remainder to you. Might want to cover your nose while you work. Some of these folk are starting to turn. Ugh. Look around. Well, I'm totally ransacked. It's quite creepy. Now that, like, nobody's in here. Let's get back out here. We gotta gather corpses. Oh wait. Yeah, no, it's not in here. Oh, big guy. It's all the dudes from the thing. corpses to the carriage. Disconcerted coachman. What happened to the big fella? Oh, forget it. Just bring the next batch and toss him in the back. Ain't like they'll complain if you're rough. Corpse, how are you able to fit this stiff scion of the 7th Dawn corpse in your bag is a mystery best left unsolved. Okay. Well, ain't you a strong one? 4 in 1 trip. Reckon there's no need for me to lend you a hand with the rest then. Yeah, alright. I love that. Kind of like fourth wall humor there. Oh, we got 4 more. Really making us pick up our friends' dead bodies. Yeah, slowly, but surely. Gather the remaining. Come on, come on. Let's finish this before I die of old age. Araxia's corpse. The sylph is peaceful. Sylph's peaceful expression bellies the fact that she no longer lives. That should be all of them. Thanks for the help. I reckon it won't take too long to deliver all the corpses to the Glitch Yard. Even so, you might want to hurry back and tell them that our work here is done. You picked a Grand Company? Yes, Maelstrom. I see that you decided to heed my advice. I pray that in doing so you found some small measure of peace. The first carriage from Vesper Bay arrived not long ago, and we have begun preparing your comrades for burial. I had a hand in the initial rites, and I would like you to know that for many, death came quickly. Be sure you raise your rank with them, it does matter. Okay. Rest assured that we will treat them with the utmost respect and do everything we can to shepherd them to Thal's realm. Applying for a promotion and do whatever they ask you to earn one. Gotcha. Yeah, I literally haven't even done the first one for it yet. I need to. Although we can perform rites for most of the Scions, there is one whom we cannot accept. We would like you to return this one to her people, the Sylphs of Solus. It is only proper that she be given into the care of her friends and family, so they may mourn her in accordance with the Celtic traditions. Now let's go over there. First few thrinks are throwaway seals, or just throw seals at them, but the requirements will eventually change. Oh, need to set up. If you can get to Captain, you can do some fun things. Okay. I will find out all about that here soon. I'm going to let's see. I mean, when it's always hard to know like when's a good stop to pause the MSQ, right? And I don't want to pause it for too long, but here's what we can do. Where gonna do this here. This one is surprised to see walking one low solace. How can these ones assist walking one? I got bad news, man. Araxia, but this one does not understand. Can't desync audio. Your call. I'm worrying about it. My cam is desynced with my audio. Okay. Actually, this one is no, it was causing such a stress. Let me try something here. Does that help? Terrible news. Other one. Awful news. Like half a sec. New thing from me. You're always something. That's probably gonna happen, actually. Yeah. I know how I can fix it. Does that help? Did that help or make it worse? I'm talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Refresh. Should be instant. Yeah, see if it might be that. Still a little off. Let me was it better or worse? Not alarmingly off, like word to word. No change. I mean, there's. If I said it's a negative 500, how about now? Does that change anything? It's fine for you, Hijack. It might be you. It might just be you, Bodrick. You're not using like virtual cables or something, are you? That will cause your own delay. I got 50-50, so I withdraw. Alright, that sounds good. Huh? Not virtual cable. Yeah, it might just. I don't know. I get weird shit with Google's with Chrome sometimes being weird and laggy. That's generally only within like Google Meets. I don't know. Let me. Okay. Terrible news, Elder. One awful news. Walking one has returned a little solace, but why? These ones have not requested further aid. Yikes. Eee. You want to get out of here. We're going to be getting hit in the old dusty trail. Actually, how did this happen? Explain everything at once. Yeah, so like... not only Neuraxia, but many Walking One's friends were lost as well. Neuraxia went to Thanoan at the behest of this one. Walking One was with Neuraxia at the end. Tell this one that Neuraxia was brave. Tell this one that Neuraxia did not suffer. Yep, both true. This one was glad to hear Walking One's words. Thank you for bringing Neuraxia home, Walking One. These ones also wish to thank Praying Ones. Tell Praying Ones these ones will remember this kindness. This one demands vengeance. Imperial Ones must pay. Imperial Ones must suffer. When the time comes for Walking Ones to face Imperial Ones, do not forget these ones. These ones would not have Neuraxia's death be for naught. These ones will fight. Sick. Okay. So, yesterday, Hijack suggested that I watch a video to help me understand the connection of like all the other Final Fantasy games to this one. And one that's like spoiler safe for beginners and stuff. You can hear the mix difference in the audio with the plugin. You can hear the mix difference in the audio. Oh, it's good? Okay. Oh, you're talking about the FF plugin for the not a bad one, the one that's partnered with them, yeah. The thing, whatever it is that they have. Immerse. Real plugin hours, yeah. Official plugin. Let's call it second party software.
Right. So, I think that's probably a good idea because I've never played a Final Fantasy game before this. So let me check this here. Do this, and then set this to here. Yeah. Hydaelyn's history, FF14 lore for beginners. Hijack says that this is spoiler safe for a new player, and it's just going to help me connect the greater overall story together to what we're seeing here. Will I react? I'll certainly try. We'll see what happens. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right, so let's make sure we're all good here. My man barely knows who Hydaelyn is, but I ain't your daddy. Wait, how did that just work? What did I just do to make that happen? How did I just make that happen? I've been Google searching all day how to make it so that when you're on a YouTube video that's on the player, how to make it instead unload so you're on the thumbnail for that player. I've been Google searching all fucking day trying to figure that out. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I just did. Someone clip it. I don't know. Someone clip it. I need to figure out whatever the fuck I just did to do that. Alright, well, we're here now. It must know I'm, like, streaming. So it did this. I don't know. Okay. So let's go. This Jesse Cox video. I'd say answers is required, but the Midgard Summer one is kind of borderline. It's okay. It's alright. There's so much to this game, it's fine. If it's one thing in the video that's going to help me understand what exactly I'm seeing here. Because I still don't understand who Cloud is. Well, you know, so here we go.
Final Fantasy XIV is a sprawling, thoughtful story spanning across a base game, a reboot, and at present, 3 expansions. There's so much content, and all of it is truly important to the tale the devs are trying to tell.
Okay.
And for those of you who are looking to jump into the game and fall in love with a new MMO adventure,
Thank you.
it might seem a little overwhelming, because at its core, Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG first and foremost. So joining up now might seem like you've already missed out on...
It's not an MMORPG like the other games that we've all played. I'm stepping out of cam here. It's RPG MMO. It's, you know, the story experience first, the interactions second.
On so much, but I'm here to tell you, you haven't. You can still join in on the fun. And if you're kind of worried about being lost, consider this video series my attempt at an easily accessible primer to the game world. I hope this will serve new players looking to catch up, and might be a fun way for longtime fans to refresh themselves on key plot points. Now, if you follow me for a long time, you know in a former life I used to be a history teacher. So I'm gonna try and tackle this the same way I would try to teach a class on the subject. We're gonna break it down, try to deliver all the things you need to know without
going to class.
In the minutia and also spoiling major plot reveals. I figured to preserve the fun of actually playing the game, we just don't want to say all the facts we know right away, and instead we'll reveal them over time as they would be revealed in the story. So if during this video or any others, you, as a person, let's say in 5.5, think, wait a minute, actually what happened was, the reason I am either being vague or leaving out information is because I'm trying not to spoil it for the new players. You understand? Anyway, enough introduction, let's begin our first lesson, the world you're playing in.
Hydaelyn. Oh, wait, that's not the world.
The world of Final Fantasy XIV is called Hydaelyn, a land blessed by a magical staple of the Final Fantasy franchise, the Crystal. Now, if you've never played a Final Fantasy game, you don't need to worry. The Crystal, just like Chocobos or Moogles or whatever, is just a trope of the franchise. None of the Final Fantasy games are actually connected in any important manner. However, Final Fantasy XIV does pay homage to those games that came before it in some very fun and fan-servicey ways. But none of it is important to the story. All you need to know is that there's a magical crystal, also called Hydaelyn, that bestows the blessing of light upon your character. giving you the fantastical powers you possess. And this
that loud
crystal
enough?
is connected to the planet, or star as it's often called in game. Just know
Might
that
be
every
too quiet,
time they
I guess.
mention
Let's do that
our
there.
star, they mean the planet. Anyway, it's connected to the planet, or star, through this mystical force called
been low the whole time?
It
Okay.
is connected to the planet, or star, important to the story. All you need to know is that there's a magical crystal, also
Okay.
called Heidelin, that bestows
Also
the
called
blessing
Heidelin.
of light upon your character, giving you the fantastical powers you possess. And
Gotcha.
this crystal is connected to the planet, or star as it's often called in game. Just
Oh,
know that every
okay.
time they mention our star, they mean the planet.
Oh,
Anyway,
all right.
It's connected to the planet, or star, through this mystical force called
It's
ether.
a bit high on the vid end.
Longtime Final Fantasy fans, think of it like the
There.
live stream. Or for Star Wars fans, it would be the Force. It flows through the land, and it is both nature and magic. Things are born from it, and when we die, we return to it. It's just a
Right.
creative way of explaining where the
Circle
major
of life and all
elements
that.
magics come from, and it can sometimes leave behind crystallized versions of itself that can be used in everything from the complexity of fast traveling across the world
Right.
to building a
We
simple
do that.
bookcase. And so, you might
Oh.
logically think that this means all the peoples of the world worship the ether and the crystal, and that's definitely not the case. This star, our world, is filled with a wide variety of peoples and cultures, all with their own customs and beliefs.
Ooh.
They have their own religions and
Right.
deities, and they worship in their own ways, or don't worship anything at all.
Right, like
So
we've
while
seen
yet-
that so far. Like they don't like they'll say gods and and there's the seven primals, all of which have like some faction who like considers that primal their god or the god, the one true god of Eorzea or whatever. Personally, I think saying a vid like this is needed is also claiming the game can't tell its story alone. Vid is likely harmless. That's fair enough.
Yes, there is this magical crystal, and there is the ether.
It's more so I want to know more like the greater Final Fantasy thing, because yes, I mean this is an installment of the Final Fantasy. Well, not really. It's not an installment of it, is it? It's because it's more like, I mean, you get to play around in the world that we've all been playing in these different games, right? So this gives context. Yeah.
There was also the passage of time, and different cultures developed differently, and the game tackles all of that. In our part of the world, where much of our story takes place, for
Right, and
example,
so they'll go through and they'll show those things. Where is this?
we've
This is
got
pretty.
the 12, which are a group of
12.
ancient deities, each associated with an element in a calendar month. When you make your character,
I think I picked the 12th one because it just went with my birthday one.
you even select which of these 12 you're born under.
If XIV is all Final Fantasy at the same time, I was just going to tell a story about this about this cathedral.
And in other parts of the world, they don't give a damn about the 12.
It's vaguely familiar. I think I know where it is. Like I saw it in the distance, but I was gonna like save. I was gonna go up to it on stream.
But behind it all,
Isn't it in the shroud or something? It looks like it is. It's all grassy and foresty.
with an element in a calendar month, when you make your
Right, so no,
character,
calendar month,
you
yeah.
even select which of these 12 you're born under. And in other
Right,
parts
right.
of the world,
I just went with
they
my
don't give
birthday.
a damn about the 12. But behind it all, in the background, is the crystal.
I picked a good god, the 12th one. It seemed pretty cool. It was like power and whatnot. It was the 12th. It was like I something or whatever. It's an Eastern Shroud. Eastern. So yeah, the right side of the furthest right zone. Yeah,
And the ether.
that's what I
And
thought.
that-
It's like all the way on the right side of the zone
That's
too.
how it all works. Because no matter what beliefs the people have, the presence of the crystal and
So a bit of the marriage
crystals
story?
in the
Oh,
world
okay.
still hold great.
That's what that is. Is that that's like the temple where people get married? I've heard about that. I saw Rich's stream when he was streaming one of those the weddings. Baraguy's one I did too. At the time, I didn't have time to chat long, and it was going to be a wall of text, which is cringe. I guess let's play out and I'll chat about weddings. Okay.
Great power. They are revered as a way of connecting to their deities. This power
Right.
can allow tribes of men or beasts with enough resolve to literally summon forth a type
Right.
of elemental god.
Like through
called
like
a
just
primal.
emotional
These creatures could be the deities they're worshiping, or they could be something
willpower.
else. But either way, they are powerful and dangerous because they feed off the devotion of those around them, tempering mortal.
By the way, I think that's always like a great way just kind of be efficient about like having to provide cause and effect to all like 7 different things. Like they can be summoned by them physically just willing them into existence. Okay, just like, all right, let's move on with the main story and kill them now.
Mortal souls to their will and feeding off the ether, basically making mortals mind-controlled slaves to the primals.
Right.
Even with that danger, many people are determined to make the sacrifice, be it out of need or some other cultural importance. And the reason I'm bringing all this up right now and just bombarding you with all this is because this isn't one of those games where everyone and everything is segmented from each other.
You can see that that will be a kind of never-ending problem early as well, and the game will touch on it. The weddings are a never-ending problem, or the story thing?
Until you buy a new expansion. These different races...
It is called Final Fantasy. It's the last fantasy game you'll ever play.
Different peoples from far-flung cultures and international...
So, I mean, yeah, never-ending problems are what it's all about, right?
Where everyone and everything is segmented from each other until you buy a new expansion.
Weddings are the problem?
Different races and different peoples from far-flung cultures and international locations, they aren't unknown to you. From the moment you start the game, you hear tales of far-off lands. You know legends and histories of other kingdoms. It's all connected. And as you go on your adventures, you'll meet people from these places long before you actually go there in a future expansion.
Huh.
I once had a conversation with a friend about why the trailer for the upcoming expansion
our planet
was so exciting when,
the star.
in his
It's our
words,
planet.
it just seemed like a series of locales with not much story. I
What,
had
go
to
back?
explain to him the reason fans were so excited. It's all connected. And as you go on your adventures, you'll meet people from these places long before you actually go there in a future expansion.
So, what, was that it? That, like, 4 Cheese is in Gridania?
And as you go on your adventures, you'll meet people from these places long before you actually go there in a future expansion.
Never mind, it's a player.
I once had a conversation with
yeah,
a friend
sure,
about
fine.
why the trailer for the upcoming expansion, Endwalker, was so exciting when, in his words, it just seemed like a series of locales with not much story. I had to explain to him the reason fans were so excited was because for years we've heard of these places, we've met people from these places, but now we finally get to go to them. It's like knowing Japan exists, wanting to visit Japan, and then finally getting the chance. It's exciting.
Right. Yeah, it's a great way to design a game. It's place forth all these places and you know, give them... It's almost like you want to spoil the game in just the right way for people, so that they know it's out there. And it's just the whole time they're not there, they're wondering about it, you know, and it just weaves that mystery in. And like you were explaining how it's literally impossible for you to even get to those places before you've completed the MSQ prior to that. It really drives the player to like, you know, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Locations can be a spoiler. I mean, probably not, but you guys can absolutely, talk about that. I'm just not going to read too close or too much into what you're saying. You knew that feeling when a Song of Hope rose and went higher and higher? No harm.
Before we get into the who, when, and why of Final Fantasy XIV's history, we should take a look at where, because it's important.
I don't know what I'm watching, so I'm picking up on way less than you guys are. So don't worry too much about what the thing gives me for spoilers, because it's probably going over my head, or I'm not recognizing the significance of what I'm seeing and whatnot.
I need to know. Final Fantasy XIV's world.
You guys will. You're going to be like, you're spoiling. You can't show that. But I'm like, oh, cool. It's like fire. Like, that's, like, it doesn't register what I'm saying. It's okay.
5 major continents. But the current version of the game only really
Goddamn
takes
game won't play the
place on 3 that are connected together, seen here.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Bodrick, I agree. I initially thought that it did that. But that was only because I was on trial. As soon as I upgraded it, now just shows Endwalker whenever I log in. And I thought I really wish that the launcher would tie to whatever current MSQ I'm on with my highest level character. I really wish that was, or I wish I could just, you know, set it by clicking to that in the intros, because when you hit escape in the you go to the cinematic and you hit escape, it changes the launcher to it. You know, I wish it would keep it that way. right? I wish it would keep the launcher on that after I've closed, so when I come back and open again, it stays. You can switch it, but you have to do it every time when you open. Every single time you close the game, it resets. Yeah, it's session only. It doesn't save to any saved variables folder. It should really be a part of the settings. If any, like just part of the in-game settings, if anything, you know? It's session only. Yeah, it's weird. Yep. My guess is that whatever save variables that load up, like in-game settings, like rendering settings and stuff, that's a file that isn't triggered to be to be pulled until you actually load into your character in-game. The other things like video graphic settings and resolution, whatever, that's probably a separate thing that loads when you load the client, but that doesn't contain, you know, what cinematic plays. It's just, you know, things like fidelity and whatever.
This,
Bear
from left to right, is
Ispenard.
Aldenard, Ilsabard, and
Aldenard, Ilsabard.
Othard. Othard, or the Far East.
Whoa,
we should take a look at where, because it's important. Finally getting the chance. It's exciting. So I think before we get into the who, when, and why of Final Fantasy XIV's history, we should take a look at where, because it's important. I need to know. Final Fantasy XIV's world consists of 5 major continents, but the current version of the game only really takes place on 3 that are connected together, seen here. This, from left to right,
I would very suggest, if we're with you on Transition to Heavensward, that you not only watch the FMV for Heavensward, the movie, right? When appropriate in client, but also see that title. They're all gorgeous. Oh, I plan to do that. Yeah. Before I like, it's all planned out. It's all planned out. Yep. These transitions and things are going to be major points.
Othard, or the Far East, as it's often referred to, is home to several important nations in our story. The first is the island nation of Hingashi, which is kind of like a Japanese analog, or as I lovingly call it, Anime Japan. It's a reclusive island chain ruled over by what is essentially a shogunate with a past that potentially stretches all the way back to the ancient Allegan Empire, which is something we'll talk about later. Its biggest port, Kugane, is open to trade with the rest of the world, but honestly, most of the island chain remains a mystery to outsiders. To the west, on the mainland of Othard, is the nation of Doma, or sort of a China analog. Located in a region known as Yangxia, its kingdom sits on the One River.
Clearly a China analog by the naming.
Provides the Domans with all they need for their way of life. In Yangxia's north is the Azim Steppe, occupied by a wide array of nomadic tribes. Basically a Mongolian
That's pretty.
analog. South of Doma lies the nation of Dalmasca, and its capital of Rabanastre.
That's pretty
Final
too.
Fantasy fans,
that reminds me of Old Doom, but like if it was actually done the way that, you know, like everyone envisioned it looking. Like this is what Tol'vir should have looked like. You know? This is gorgeous.
this is a huge fan servicey thing just for you. Spanning the deserts of the east to the jungles of the west, Dalmasca is situated at a crossroads of international trade between Othard and its continental neighbor to the west, Ilsabard. So let's talk about Ilsabard, the second major continent. Not much is actually known about it at present. Look at the map itself. Most of it's covered with clouds to symbolize this lack of knowledge.
Right.
But what is known is
Mystery,
that
it's uncharted,
is ruthlessly
it's dangerous.
controlled by the Garlean Empire. Its
Right.
capital, seated in the northern reaches of the continent, the Garleans will play a major role in things to come. So we'll come back to them.
Yeah,
The oceans in the
we've
south
gotten
is
into that.
Thavnair, with its city-state of Razathan. A colorful nation.
Is
To
that
the
an
south is
in-game
Thavnair.
screenshot? No, okay, it's not. I'm like, if that first, because it was very quick. I thought this was in-game, and I about shit myself. That'd be fucking gorgeous. Imagine this being a flyable zone, bro. Final Fantasy 14-2 when? Grandma's like, imagine if they redid Final Fantasy in UE5. What if they upgraded the engine to UE5 for Final Fantasy 14? Right? What if they did that for like the 15th anniversary or the 10th anniversary or something like that? You know, I think because the game's 9 years old, right? So clearly they're doing a graphics upgrade already for 10 year. So for 15 year, I mean, UE6 game, bro, it looks like this. It looks like this in game. That's pretty cool.
With its city-state
Best
of
sign, you can't say.
Razathan, a colorful nation of traders and crafters who have maintained their independence from Garlean.
Just so you know, you guys can click on each other to. I'm not saying stop talking in chat, but if you need to like say something that would be a spoiler while you're talking, just whisper each other the answer or whatever. You know what I mean? You don't have to stop talking. I prefer you guys keeping chat active. It looks good. And you know, it's good vibe for the stream. But you know, like you guys don't have to be like, oh, we can't talk. Just whisper the things. There you go.
Rule due to a
my
strict
Discord, we see we're going.
policy of non-interference. The island sort of
I'm a matchmaker. Look at me.
serves as a waypoint for travelers between east and west. And finally, this brings us to the third continent, Aldenard, the main focus of our game. Now, a lot of times in the game, you're going to see people talk about Eorzea and Aldenard, and they're going to be interchangeable. The best way to think of this is like Great Britain and England.
Okay.
Eorzea is the whole thing, while Aldenard is
Oh.
just this part.
What? Oh, Eorzea is this. Oh, okay. So on our map, that's so there's Ul'dah, La Noscea, more whatever this place is that I can't remember the name is, but starts with an M and it's got a D and an apostrophe in it. Gridania up here. I think this is Alamigo. That looks like Alamigo, Little Alamigo. That's also part of Gridania. And then, I think up here is Korthus, right? Isn't this Korthus or something? More donuts, more dono. Thank you. more dona. Many donuts in good memory. You just gotta get. Yeah, I have a fucking great memory, but like. It's in the way of I don't have full control over it, but it's very easy for someone to spark something for me. It's convenient in that way, but
is what is known as
it also works the opposite way. It's shit slips out so fast. Like it'll come in really quick, gone immediately. I'll forget what I was talking about 5 seconds earlier.
the Old World, a series of islands where at the heart is the isolationist nation of scholars, Sharlayan, or as it's sometimes known, Old Sharlayan. Revering those who devote their lives to study, this nation of academics rarely involves itself in the affairs of other
So like
nations.
this is kind of this kind of feels like the what's the place beyond the seas in Lord of the Rings where everyone go. It's like the afterlife kinda. It's oh fuck. I watched Lord of the Rings like 6 times in 1 week because I was having to work 20-hour shifts from home. And I was just like, fuck it. I'll just meditative play the longest movie series I can. And so... What's it called? Oh, I'm so close. It's something to do with long or far or like, you know, that sort of word. It's in that. There's that in the root of it. Can we not do this metaphor well for this actually? It's simply a wild thing. What is this? What's I'm looking it up. Afterlife place called in LTR. Oh, well that's Valinor. Oh, the Undying Lands. That's what it is. On the west of the Great Sea, so far west of Middle-earth. Yeah, so literally, west of the Great Sea, so far west of Middle-earth, which would be Eorzea, or, you know, where we all live. So this literally feels like the Undying Lands. And Old Sharlayan feels very, like, yeah. That almost feels like an intentionally subtle reference to it, does it not?
In fact, it mostly just hoards knowledge for
This place is private Dalaran, much more private and more substance. I feel like all of these are the same... are under the same umbrella, but they're just equally diverse, like, from each other. They are essentially the sanctuary city where everyone from all walks become equals and just focus on what is truly good and that is just to know, right? It's the study place, it's the place where, you know, scholars and wizards and old wise, you know, ancients go to basically just be them and what they do and be wise forever. I mean, like, if you have read the MIDI book, that kind of element. Okay, I have not read the MIDI book. I didn't. I do still have a couple. This is probably the only two things, or a few things from my WoW shit I have not gotten rid of, and that's
3. Well, okay. Got these. Hey, stream on Final Fantasy. I actually still have the World of Warcraft Atlas. This was a Christmas present from when I was a child. My parents got it me because they didn't understand what World of Warcraft was, so they searched it on Amazon and bought a book off of it because it was the time where Amazon still sold books. Yeah, it's like got the maps of the zones. Like this is Swamp of Sorrows, and it's like a full bloody map with a key for everything there, all the quests, all the mobs. Food and drink vendor, innkeeper, mail and plate merchant. It basically has like a grid system, kind of like chess on the map, and it tells you the grid numbers, like F5, you know, where that thing is. So kind of a really shitty map as far as maps go, because it's not even marked on the map. It's just like, it's somewhere in this general, you know, 25 by 25 yard square. Yeah, and then there's the index, which literally has just all of the mobs in the game, and then the page and the coordinate in which they're located. Like, so that was really cool to me as a kid. And then I've got the 3, I've got Archive, War of the Ancients Archive, and then Night of the Dragon. Those are the only things I have not gotten rid of all my Blizzard shit. And I'm probably going to keep it because they were actually written by Richard Knack and Chris Metzen, those people who haven't written for WoW in probably 10 years now. Christy Golden has been trashed since first book start. I agree. I think what was it? Jaina was really good. I listened to that one on audiobook, and it was a really emotional scene when Jaina's after the bomb, the mana bomb on Theramore, and she finds Kindy there and Kindy's body, and Kindy just fucking evaporates in her arms, like into just arcane dust, like, and she's just thoroughly traumatized. That was I was shook after that scene. That was a very, very harsh scene. But I haven't heard any good things since that book. Metzen Blood, War and Honor, Blood and Honor was okay. Gotcha. It just seems like it's written different, you know. But I haven't read the book since those old days.
For itself, its governing council, the
okay, back Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy.
This game, where at the heart is the isolationist nation of scholars, Sharlayan, or as it's sometimes known, Old Sharlayan. Revering those who devote their lives to study, this nation of academics rarely involves itself in the affairs
of
other
nerds.
Nations. In fact, it mostly just hoards knowledge for itself. Its governing council, the Forum, is secret.
Sorry, this guy does it every fucking night. I don't know if you guys could hear that motorcycle. Every night, this guy comes up the street. He goes maybe 25 feet off my house, and then he just slams the engine and just guns it up the street. Every fucking night. I have lived here for 3 years. It is every night he does it. I don't know how he hasn't been pulled over. This is a busy street. Like, he does it every night. It's like, bro, it's like a hobby this guy has. I don't know. That's, I had a dirt bike in the driveway for 6 years, fucking corny, I know this. I mean, like, I don't mind people having bikes. My dad used to race bike stuff. I mean, I really want to get a bike. I just won't get off my ass to go get the license. But like, yeah, like, I have no problem with people who ride bikes. But come on, man, why you have to go to the same street every night at the same time, man? Like, you like have you have a problem with somebody on this street? Is that what it is? Is there someone on this street who fucking wronged this biker? Because just go somewhere else, please. And give me a break. Yeah, let me go hit 300 RPM. Hell yeah, okay. Yeah. Like, that's literally what it is. He's am I south of Mason-Dixon? I don't know, where is that? I'm in Iowa. I think that's north of the Mason-Dixon. I have no idea what the Mason-Dixon line is or where that is. I know it's one of these, but you know, I think that's below me. I think that's like, because isn't it the top of Oklahoma is where that Mason-Dixon line is? Tons of buds in Iowa. I love it here.
Employed a few WoW players too. Alright. Chaos tonight. Alright, let's go.
Selective about what knowledge it allows to be released into the world and how it's disseminated. On the total opposite end is Alamigo. Prosperous from its early days of salt trade, the nation became a mighty force, and some say the most powerful military in all of Aldenard. For years, they were strong.
Alright, yeah, it freaks the dogs out, and it's not cool. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, like, I mean, it always riles them up a little bit. Sometimes worse than others. But then again, they freak out at fucking anything. Like people walking on the other side of the street, they'll go mad about it.
Strong bulwark in the east against the forces of the Garlean
Alamigo's
Empire,
cool as
leading
shit.
to a proud and stubborn people. The north of Aldenard is ruled.
Well, I mean, I guess proud and stubborn, yeah, because they're mainly lawless. So I guess that makes sense. They would end up without even a government because they don't want to be told what to do.
The theocratic.
Because that's what, from what I could gather, Alamigo is, yeah, they're a lawless place. They basically made that clear.
Ishgard. Its holy see rules over the lands of Kurthis.
Yeah, they're basically westward expansion of America before like 1860, right, or some shit like that. Just about that Wild West time. It's like, fuck you. I have a gun. You don't tell me what I do. You want to make our reference? Allah needs a bud.
Puts faith above all else. Controlled by the church, but maintained by 4 high houses, it's basically Game of Thrones. Backstab.
Ishgard. That's beautiful.
Stabbing and intrigue, while vying for control over what little the church does not possess.
And Ishgard is Heaven's Ward, isn't it?
And
isn't that something that is in Heaven's Ward? That's when they added that area of the Final Fantasy landscape to the game, or made it available. That's how I think of it, right? These things don't feel like spoilers to me because they already existed. There's a difference between story, Final Fantasy XIV story, and lore. And right now, I'm just taking in lore about the world we're in, which has already been established, and I would already know had I played those games. And then I imagine Final Fantasy XIV is basically the fan service fantasy of being able to go and now explore all those things. And each expansion is, hey, you guys remember that place from this game? Well, we just made that an expansion. Here's Heaven's Ward, right? And like there you go, right? So to an extent, it feels a little more spoiler safe when it's on the generic. Here's the history of these places. The game mentioned how they mention these places in really very quiet ways. Measured how they mention these places really quick. Sometimes one character represents these major places. Really? Wow. That's interesting. So, I mean, that you must have... There's a lot of weight on that, right? Or like, hey, by the way, you... and the work you're going to do over the next, 2 weeks on this is basically going to define everyone's understanding of Ishgard for the next 3 years until that comes out. So, there you go. But you're talking about, it'll be like an emissary, in a main city. And that'll be, the person who represents that whole place. For me, the weight on Migo is very Middle Eastern. Yeah, it feels like it. Yeah. It's in a desert.
Although they are neighbors to the other Eorzean nations, their attention is drawn north to Dravania, home of dragons. For 1,000 years, they have waged war on the Dravanian horde.
You have the home
and
vibe,
it continues to this very day. Between Ishgard and Alamigo lies Gridania, set deep within the forests of the 12.
I mean, it's the prideful factor of it. How proud they are is contagious. It's infectious, right? You are proud of their land for them because of how prideful they are of that in the game.
Elveswood, Gridania war on the
Gridania homies.
And it continues to this very
Twin Adder.
Between Ishgard and Alamigo lies Gridania.
Gridania I left a bad taste in my mouth because my first character was Conjurer, and I just remember casting Stone 1 for 23 levels, and that was my experience of Gridania. I'm hoping to change that when I'm gonna pick up Marauder and go through Gridania side quests, and hopefully that'll alter my look at Gridania. But it is slowly becoming it is really beautiful though. This place in Final Fantasy 11 is always the underdog. Ah, okay.
Set deep within the forests of the Twelveswood, Gridania is one of the 3 starting cities. They're a nation focused on agriculture and harmony with nature, a place where Moogles flutter about in the same dark
It's a beautiful aesthetic too.
force as terrible monsters, led by a council.
I like how, I mean, even in the way that the architecture is built, it's like this is like, you know, this is like a lichen outcropping on a trunk, right? These are, you know, little mushrooms, right? Like all the architecture is designed to blend in and imitate nature, right? And I love that. It's so pretty.
Of seed seers or magical conjurers.
Such a good aesthetic. And or I mean, well, here's the thing. I'll say it's such a good execution of this aesthetic. It's so exact, and that's honestly everything. I find this a lot when it comes to art that comes out of Japan. It is always so exactly the vibe that they were going for. You know what I mean? Like the music that comes out of it is always so like fucking right to the point, exactly the energy, and they figure out where those knobs are and how to turn them up. And it's always great. And like it even shows in here, like they figured out, yeah, no, this is the correct way, the textbook correct way to execute this style. Now, me personally, I'm not someone who's really huge into like the forest aesthetic inside of MMOs because they generally feel claustrophobic to me, but or I like to see the sky and I like to have a landscape, a horizon that I can see. But you know, for people who like this is a fucking wet dream, I am sure.
It's a place of reflection and connection with the ether. To the west, on the island of Vilbrand, again, part of Eorzea.
I'm much more the Ul'dah aesthetic. The Ul'dah thing in FF11 was industry founded, and the soundtrack literally had a hammer on stone as its measure of our music. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, clank, 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 yeah.
Is the maritime city-state of Limsa Lominsa, another one of your starting city choices.
Oh, that's very
pretty. The Nation of Pirates, as it's called, was formed from an alliance of rival crews who sought to end the bloodshed. But in recent years, the nation seeks to move away from its plundering past. And finally, in the southern deserts, the last starting city, Ul'dah, an affluent culture of merchants and miners.
My favorite.
With unimaginable wealth
I
and
love Ul'dah.
poverty. Ul'dah finds itself at an inflection point, making it the focus for much of the game's story. Although the city-state is technically controlled by a sultanate, the true power is held by the syndicate, a cabal of mostly wealthy businessmen. And that's the 3 main continents. I know, it is a lot.
So that's the 3 main. Okay. So you got this over here was all like the Asia stuff. And then you had this over here, which we'll consider to be like, you know, the standard Middle Earth location, archetype. And then this is obviously, your Hellsguard sort of shit, right?
Rewind, do whatever. If you have any questions, hey, that's what comments are for. But I did mention there were 5 continents. The 2 others, Meracidia and the mysterious New World, are not on any current version of the map. The way I've always thought of it is if you look at the map, it kind of looks like Earth, right? And you can see the 3 major continents are kind of like where Africa, Europe, and Asia would be. Then
Africa, Europe, and Asia. Okay. Yeah, so what we're looking at is like half of the planet.
Meracidia would be Australia, or maybe Antarctica.
Or at least, something where maybe like, off, maybe just slightly off the edges would be the direct other side of the planet being wrapped around, Like, it's possible there's just a little bit off the map.
And the New World would be the Americas. I also
exactly. Yeah, there you go. Boom,
there
the Americas.
Are hints about what's going on in the New World, and it all sounds very similar to the native peoples and cultures from the Americas in Earth's history. Meracidia, on the other hand, is a place where men and dragons and a centaur race and tree-like creatures thrived. They had their own religions and cultures, and were in the past protected by the elder dragon Bahamut. But, like I said,
protected by
like creatures thrived. They had their own religions and cultures, and were in the past protected by the elder dragon Bahamut. But
the elder
like
dragon.
I said, that was in the past.
So he used to not be a terribly bad guy then. I mean, that's generally like dragons, right? Like dragons are generally chaotic neutral creatures.
Well, you made it.
They'll
You
use them
finally
for
got here.
great good and
We
great
had to go
evil.
through
They're just
geography, but
power
now
structures.
It's time to
Power,
take a
power
deep dive
symbols.
into the ancient
Depends on the
history
color.
of
True.
the world of Hydaelyn. With this information in your back pocket, I promise you, you will have all the fundamental knowledge you'll need to tackle anything else I make on this channel about the game, and honestly, probably most other channels and what they make as well. So to start, and I know this is going to be confusing, so just bear with me. It was confusing for me when I first learned it, and I'm here to walk you through it.
Okay.
The past is described in Final Fantasy XIV in the terms astral and umbral eras. And so those concepts, astral and
Like the
umbral,
waxing and waning of the moon.
can get kind of confusing because in the game, they're connected to crystals and elements and pretty much everything. And having been a new player once, I too, even having read everything, was like,
This content creator was blubbering mess with the story and affected him so much that he has uploaded his own parents reacting.
what the hell? Let me simplify. Astral means active, while umbral means passive.
Passive,
We
okay.
can get into a lot more detail, and if you want that video, just ask in the comments below.
Huh.
Let me know if you want me to deep dive astral, umbral, but just active,
That is interesting.
passive.
As a
And
black
when it
mage,
comes to
that
talking
really
history,
does.
It's even easier. Just think Golden Age
Kinda ring
versus
true.
Dark Age. Astral eras are mostly defined by civilization's rise,
HP.
technology
That's fine.
advancing, until a terrible
I won't know what
calamity
it means
occurs,
until later.
resulting in an umbral era or a time of recovery, until eventually it is followed by a new astral era. Our world, this star, Hydaelyn, has moved between these eras 6 times in recorded history.
Right.
Before
We're in the
start of our
7th
game,
astral era
each
right now.
tied to a different element. And I say recorded history because
So wind was the first umbral, first astral. Lightning, then fire, then earth, then ice, then water. So then what would be the 7th? Because isn't that all the elements?
long, long ago, before the first astral and umbral era, was the
And this is
time
deep.
of the 12. This was a time of those larger-than-life heroes or gods. Honestly, we don't really know. What we do know is that long
This is the kind of shit that makes me fall in love with MMOs. Is sitting down and just suspending all disbelief and believing what I'm hearing is actual history. I love it.
ago, they took up residence in Eorzea, and the people of Eorzea revere them. However, warring tribes and magical beings and primals abound.
Literally drink it up. I mean, fuck, like, how many summers did I spend, like, you know, at my dad's, whatever, and on my laptop just watching WoW lore videos from fucking, was it not Nixian? Who was the guy who did, the whole, like, he did, like, a 2-hour Arthas video. And he's got the accent. Saying everything. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's, and that's the other thing, is like, when you're 80 videos deep and it's mentioning things that tie into the 3rd video you watched, it, like, you know, it's just a whole cycle that is self-feeding and very addictive. But it's I don't know, what makes a really, really invested world.
All this warring, it angered the 12 so much, they left the world and wiped it clean with wind, creating the first umbral era. It was a dark time for those who...
When you get married, you assign your god and it becomes a part of the ceremony with camera work. You need to place sacrament on their altars out in the world. Wow.
were left behind. But the remaining...
Yeah, it's a religious ceremony, and that's so cool. That's so cool. That's like yeah, it's like that's the culture of marriage to the continent of Eorzea.
remaining peoples of the world were forced to rebuild and start over.
If these quests as a pair, no shit, they have to be with you, bro. I mean, yeah, you gotta be serious, right? You can't just go out and just get married. It's touching. No, I mean it literally is. Like it's so cool, and I'm sure it's actually like a very emotional experience for the 2 players. Like that's the goal, right? Is to take something where like you interest them with the idea of like getting married, but like as the hook, and then without them even realizing what's about to happen, like putting all these things in front of them that are really going to secretly just make this a very invested and emotional experience for them. So like they don't even realize how beautiful it's going to be. I imagine, or I wonder how like the first people who went through these, you know, experience them and shit. You can't fulfill it unless that partner's within 10 yards. Honestly, I wonder if it's like, you know, you realize, maybe we shouldn't get married during that when, you know, the person's like 15 yards away and you're just fucking screaming at them over Discord to just fucking move closer, but they're mining. It's like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't get married in game.
Who were left behind, but the remaining peoples of the world.
Here's my character story from earlier. The wedding organizer says, please go get a brass ring, and acknowledges that you can get it however you like. If you get one crafted by a human, it will recognize them as a player and ask if you know them. Will remark on its craftsmanship and ask if they will attend the ceremony with honors. It's adorable. That's so yeah. So if you're on the quest and you need the brass ring and you get that ring from a player trades you a brass ring while you're on that quest. It will ask. It will remark on its craftsman and ask if they will attend the ceremony. It asks them. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, bro, make your own wedding band. That's so funny. Yeah. People perform. I mean, you have the bards out there. Let's see. Okay, so they wiped it clean.
And wiped it clean with wind, creating the first Umbral era.
Right.
It was a dark time for those who were left
So the
behind.
passive.
But the remaining peoples of the world were forced to rebuild and start over. It was during this time also that dragons first appeared. And eventually the world would recover. Although it isn't known why,
because dragons
the first
breathe life
era
and whatnot.
came to an end in a calamity of lightning.
One who wasn't at a quest, you'll get the feeling, and eventually you'll be in one. Oh, you can have. Huh? It's all free. That's yeah. It looks like a very involved ceremony and everything. Like they put so much work in. What's nice is they didn't half-ass it. They didn't just say like, "Here's a thing you can pretend you're getting married." It's you're getting married. We're gonna get your characters fucking married. Like we're taking this way more seriously than you guys were. And it's kind of like what you have to do when you're gonna add something, a system. Like you have to, I don't know. I guess because you could really take it seriously and go the wrong way with it. There's plenty of lessons from Shadowlands on that. When you find out where dragons come from, your mind will explode. You can pay for a better limo, bouquet, etc. Rail, please back to the real thing.
The skies
it's darkened,
and mankind was forced underground. But it's also like
so how did the lightning start?
First appeared.
So dragons
and
appeared.
Eventually, the world would recover. Although it isn't known why, the first astral era came to an end in a calamity of lightning. The skies darkened, and mankind was forced underground. But it's also thought during this time.
So hold on. So he was describing the astral.
They took up residence in Eorzea, and the people of Eorzea revere them. However, warring tribes and magical beings and primals abound, and wiped it clean with wind. The 12 so much they left the world and wiped it clean.
So we were in the astral era, or no, we were in the Umbral era.
First Umbral era.
No, they wiped it clean when it was Umbral era. I feel like you skipped over it.
The world would recover, although it isn't known why. The first astral era.
Mary Kelp can also teleport. Yeah, that's true.
Came to an end in a calamity of lightning. The skies darkened, and mankind was forced underground. But it's also thought during this time, due to the prayers of the hopeless, that the first magics began to take shape. When it comes to the second astral and umbral eras, not much is really known about them, except that it was a time of twisted religion and bloody holy wars, and so in a very fitting way, its calamity was one of fire. But from out of the ashes of the third.
Interesting. Okay. So even though they are labeled by... So the first one was marked by wind because halfway through... Or no, I guess we were just in the time of the 12 and then they sent it into an umbral era with wind because the tribes were warring. So that was even before the first umbral era. So that was the first umbral era and then into an astral where it was coming about. Came into this era. Okay, gotcha.
Third umbral era rose the Allegan Empire. The empire, more commonly known as Alleg, was founded by Emperor Zonde roughly 5,000 years before the start of the game. It's this empire that, much like the empires of Persia, Rome, Britain, the Mongols, or Ottomans...
There's definitely a lot of, like, holes in the history, like...
That, much like the empires of Persia, Rome, Britain, the Mongols, or Ottomans, basically, like, all the major empires in Earth's history would shape Hydaelyn's future. Its reach and power quickly grew, spanning the 3 major continents and potentially the entire world. However, the people of Mericidia, under the protection of Bahamut, like we talked about, refused to surrender to Zonde's forces. And although he tried numerous times to invade, he would not live to see a victory, or even the height of his great empire.
They got a fucking dragon. What are you thinking?
It continued to grow after his death. Its technological and magical power soon accelerated at an unprecedented rate, and as it did, so did its research into ether and its manipulation, allowing them to wield it for.
And this is where we start seeing the high tech, like futuristic, sciencey part of Final Fantasy that was like what we saw in FF7, right? Like this, because that's the aesthetic that like when I first jumped into Final Fantasy 14, I was, or no, what was it? I went into FF14 first. I hadn't really played any other Final Fantasy game, right? So that was the first one I did, and it was a long time ago. It was probably like 2 years ago I tried it. And I maybe like free trial for like a day, didn't like the controls or the way it moved or the combat. God, it probably was well over there. When I wasn't even playing WoW before Classic was announced. It's before 2018. So over 4 years ago. What was I saying? Oh, right. And then I found FF7, the original one, and I decided to play it. I was like, whoa, this is a totally different aesthetic. Like, there was, like, futuristic shit, there's fucking trams and nuclear reactors, and, like, what the... I was in Gridania, like, 2 months before this. I didn't understand it at all.
It's like the construction of weapons.
So we had been at this point.
Even the creation of life.
Or at least some societies, factions, whatever, had been at this technological point.
Biotech and flying ships and eventually spacecraft.
But I'm assuming the Calamity just fucked up everything and gave us FF14.
But, like all great empires, it eventually grew stagnant. To restore it to its former glory, a technologist and...
This is a bit far from me. Forget any other big of you. They're not connected in this way.
and magician named Amon sought to clone and revive Zonde in hopes he would...
Please, the numbers of FF need to go. Well, yeah. No, I mean, like, I totally... like, I know that they're not linear in any way, but I'm saying I do now understand that the I understood that previously already. The fact that when I played FF7, everything was highly technological, and FF14 was like all this different. I'm like, okay, clearly these things aren't just straight up linear, but I guess it does happen to be that way slightly because FF7, I think, definitely did happen before the current year of whatever I'm in Realm Reborn, right? Like, canonically, that happened prior. Or am I totally off about that? My assumption is that the Calamity wiped everything out, you know, from all that stuff. Like, there's no way Cloud is a memory in Hydaelyn, barring some tie in 2029.
Bring strength back to the Empire in the form of an immortal leader. And so, long after his death, the Reborn Zonde quickly did just that.
Reminds me, this kind of architecture and style, if you ever played Warhammer 40k, this reminds me of the Tau, slightly. Anyone else get that vibe from this?
And the Allagan Empire continued once more on the warpath.
Yeah, like, it's like Tau, kind of, like the bronze and the energy, like, you know, like the mysterious alien, energies and whatever, all that. It's very tech, very Pentium processor. You perfect description. Yes, bro. I got that Pentium processor aesthetic. You should latch onto that, bro. That's good. I like that.
To expansion, his sights set on City.
Next time Lil Nas X goes out on the red carpet, I'm gonna make sure I pay attention. There's like a 40% chance he's gonna be wearing something where this joke would land.
And revenge. Once more, his armies descended on the peoples of Mericidia, but this time, exponentially more powerful than before. However, the combined forces of men and dragon stopped Alex.
Is he a Warhammer nut? Well, Nas X? I don't know. Probably not.
Advanced by turning to their
probably
gods,
not.
known at the time as icons, but what we would call primals. You know those things we talked
about?
But
I mean, I'm not gonna... He very may well be, right? Like...
But earlier...
He surpassed everyone else's expectations and everything else, so...
And crystals and devotion. So they summoned their icons, and once again, pushed.
Hold on. Whoa. I'm missing a
advanced by
story here.
turning to their gods, known at the time as icons, but what we would call primals. You know, those things we talked about earlier that can be summoned to existence with enough ether.
Hold on, I'm missing a story here.
Before. However, the combined forces of men and dragon stopped what we would call primals. You know, those things we talked about earlier that can be summoned to existence with enough
Hold
ether.
on. I'm missing a story here.
To their gods, known at the time as icons, but what we would call primals. You know, those things we talked about earlier that can be summoned to existence with
Okay, I'm
enough
done.
ether
Sorry.
and crystals and devotion. So they summoned their icons and once again pushed Alec back. Zonde, furious with his impending defeat, turned to murdering his mages until they discovered a way to deal with these icons.
Oh, good info. This Sonic stuff is good. Okay, sorry. I was literally memeing that just because Booba, but I'll actually pay attention.
Advance by turning to their gods, known at the time as icons.
I do argue with him showing the locales primals. It's fine.
But what we would call primals. You know, those things we talked about earlier that can be summoned to existence with enough ether and crystals and devotion. So they summoned their icons and once...
You see all this stuff in promotional, material anyway. Like, as current gamers, prior to the expansion coming out, you see all this imagery in promotional material. So I don't consider visuals to be spoilers, unless they are visuals of events like, I don't know, whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? But you will say that until a primal is literally someone you know.
Once again, pushed Alec
Okay.
back. Zonde, furious with his impending defeat, turned to murdering his mages until they discovered a way to deal with these icons. The result was a process by which an icon could not only be captured, but used to power Allegan technology, keeping the primal god alive and in the physical plane for as long as they needed.
Don't Google.
And so the Allegans captured these primal gods and turned their power back against the Mericidians.
Right.
This, of course, pissed off their guardian Bahamut,
Right.
who smashed the Allegan forces and
Yep.
pushed them back once again.
And that was the destruction of the
course,
thing.
the fury of
This is
Zonde
the
spurred
cinematic. He
Allegans
destroys
to
the
search
ship.
for a means to victory, leading them to
So,
research
so they pissed him
more
off.
dark and twisted means to defeat the Mericidians. This deep dive into the darker waters of ethereal research led them to the Void, a shadow
Honestly, a good ref because this vid leads to rewatching answers.
realm outside our own. This would be Zonde's advantage, to unleash creatures of the Void, or as they'd come to be
such a deep
called,
dive, promise.
Void Scent. These would be things like
That's a YouTube channel. Answers.
imps and demons and all sorts of dark monsters. They could possess the dead, twist the weak, and lay waste
Answers with the promise of trust us. That just sold me over 10,000.
to Mericidia. And so they did. Mericidia fell, much of it rendered to a wasteland.
Or it's storyline.
Finally, Bahamut was captured. But he would not be killed. Instead, he was to be imprisoned for all eternity in an orbital space station,
Yeah,
drawing solar ether from the sun
Coils.
to a conducting crystal tower on the surface. His defeat and enslavement would power a new age for the Allegan Empire. But, victory achieved, Zonde soon fell into a melancholy
Here's one.
from atop his
Very
throne
back when I
at
free.
the peak
I know about that area.
of the
I've seen
Crystal
that. It's
Tower.
fine.
He reflected on his death, his new life, and the seemingly pointless.
I have seen a lot of the locales. It's the story which I don't have pieced together. So
one day,
the locales and
all
visuals,
he
apart from visually the characters, if I now recognize someone,
had
that might be
created
different. But
would be gone. All
that-
of his
it-
grand
it's all right.
schemes would fade to nothing. And so, he once more reached out to the Void, and in his despair, drew a sentient mass of void to his side, the Cloud of Darkness. Together, the two formed a pact.
a
to
sentient
unleash
cloud.
the cloud onto the world of Heidelin.
This guy's got like the cloud thing that the guy rides on in Super Mario Bros.
Obviously, this didn't sit well with the many peoples of the Allegan Empire or the world in general.
Cloud that wipes so much
Revolts
Hellfire.
and uprisings began to take place all over the Empire. Refusing to give up on his plan and in a desperate attempt to force open the portal to
Cloud.
the Void and fulfill his pact, Zonde directed all of Alleg's etherical energy to the tower, but it was unable to hold it, bringing about the fourth umbral calamity, a massive earthquake that swallowed the
Earth.
Crystal Tower and brought the Allegan Empire to ruin.
Gotcha.
The fourth Umbral Era saw the complete collapse of Allegan society. Technology was lost to time, and when the fourth Astral Era came about, the reformed societies lacked nearly all of the advancements of the prior ages. A calamity of ice is what ended this age,
Hold on to
bringing
that
about
one.
the fifth Umbral Era, but allowing for more races of men and beasts to move freely and migrate across the frozen seas. The fifth Astral Age was one of great importance and saw the rediscovery of magic. It was during this time that the sorceress Shatoto discovered black magic,
Shitoto. I was saying it right. Shitoto. Well, I was saying Shitoto, but yeah.
setting in motion events that would again alter the world. And as magic and its use expanded, three great
I just said the same word twice.
nations arose. Each
What? I wasn't listening. Do I need to skip this? I wasn't listening. Do I need to skip this? Shitoto is FF11's Taru, Jaina. What? I didn't know she was canon here. You're just hold on, wait. Are you freaking out because you're like whoa, I didn't know that, that's cool. I didn't know this thing that was in a game that, you know, I haven't played in 15 years was canon. That's cool. Or are you saying skip now? Are you saying I should be playing Stray right now? Are you saying I should be playing a game where I play a third person game where I am a stray cat? Is that what you're saying I should be doing? I mean, she's that art is actually her. Oh, you're kidding. This is Isabelle. What are you talking? Wait, what? This is Isabelle from fucking Animal Crossing. What? This is
of great importance and saw the rediscovery of magic. It was during this time that the sorceress
that's an Animal Crossing character for sure.
Toto discovered black magic.
No, when she was the most powerful, chaotic, evil mage in FF11? Oh, okay. All right.
That would again alter the world. And as magic and its use expand,
I mean, same thing, right? That's basically just Isabelle from Animal Crossing.
Three great nations arose.
She is the heart of all BML thoughts ever, man. I can't believe she's canon. Oh, so you're okay. You're just having a little moment. That's a great send up.
Using magic as an engine to power their growth. The
Right.
first was Mach, founded in
Mach.
what would now be somewhere around here. It was there that
Okay.
Shitoto would delve deeper into spellcraft and create the first black mages. Their powers
Yeah.
only increasing as they began to access the void. And once again,
This is very much. Yeah. Okay. I'll let it. I'll finish.
terrible power on Eorzea. The next was Amdapor.
Okay. So it's forbidden magics. It's I'm not saying that or both them and the story of who was the first warlock in World of Warcraft came from the same concept of like an original, you know, black wizard. You know, like, I think it's like a common trope in black magic. Like, you know, there was a first act to create and study the magic, which taught others, and it's a passed down knowledge. So black magicians pass down their knowledge to people. It has to be taught. It can't be explored on your own. So it's that trope again. Basically the same way like warlocks were made in WoW. There was one incredibly powerful, I guess mage, right? That played with the void and learned how to control the void itself and created a new form of magic. And I don't know, I'm just learning this now. I'm
A nation located right around here. In response to Mach's growing dark powers, they created white magic. Now, to clarify, just
right,
like all
that's where the
things
white
in
mage
Final
is.
Fantasy 14, black versus white magic isn't necessarily evil versus good or damage versus healing.
Oh, okay. So this is not like how we consider black magic and white magic in shamanism on planet Earth, which is literally it's good, true good magics like of, you know, God, and then black magics of evil magics would be black magic on Earth as far as shamanism goes. So this is not that.
All about how you use
This is just, I guess, void and not void, right? Or like a subset of magic, clean magic, the white magic, and then an incredibly chaotic form of magic, of black magic, I'm guessing, is how it is. It's not that chaotic magic is evil, it's just chaotic. And so here's the chaotic and here's the orderly.
Sure.
Or maybe not the orderly, but the elemental, because I know like white mages have stone, you know, or
White
whatever it is.
mages are known for healing, but they can also use powers like Holy to devastate the enemy. And the last nation was the Scholars of Nim, which would be somewhere around here. There isn't much known about Nim.
Okay, so over
how
here.
Or why they were founded.
Scholars over here.
But what is known is that they tried mostly to keep to themselves. It appears most of their magic was developed for defensive purposes. And so, of course, based on how I described the previous two nations, it would be obvious why the people of Nim would want to keep to themselves, because it wouldn't be long before war broke out between Amdapor and Mach. But the poor Nimians, despite their best efforts, were unable to stay out of the conflict, because the Machi figured if they ever joined the enemy, they could be a real threat.
Right.
So
you have to be preemptive. You can't allow. I mean, yeah. If there are 3 independent city-states nearby, you best be working on a fucking alliance with at least one of them, because you don't want the other 2 to team up against you for some reason. You better make sure you have one person on your side, so no matter what happens, it's always 2v1.
Unleashed a mysterious illness called the Green Death upon them.
What?
And just like that, there were only 2 nations left.
Wow.
And so the War of the Magi, as it would be called, raged on.
And they're just
they
gone.
Had the use of elemental.
And I'm guessing that was due to that one mage you said was super evil in FF11, right? She's the one who did that, released that plague, destroyed the 2, or at least someone, you know, by some degree of chain of events. It was indirectly their fault.
Magics began to throw the world out of balance. The Machi, desperate to end the war once and for all, summoned forth a king among the Void Sent, Diabolos, to destroy Amdapor's city.
Diablos.
But using the power of white magic, the Amdapori managed to...
Remember with all your WoW time, where's the Eastern Kingdom vid about Arathi Gilneas?
lock the creature away and prevent what they thought would be a coming calamity. But it turns out all of this use of elemental magics triggered one neither nation had foreseen. As the two battered each other with elements like fire and wind and earth and lightning to power their spells, they drained the land of that ether, and it tipped its elemental balance in favor of water, causing the sixth umbral calamity, the Great Flood. The realm and both nations were
So we've had the land wiped clean by wind, which is the most ancient and mysterious and kind of like, wait, what? How? Method. Which is kind of characteristic. I like that, you know, characteristic of like the further back you go, the more the methods just get more kind of cryptic and like how the fuck that would even work. Lightning. Okay, I get it. We had an era of just storms, constant. And then that swept away by fire, and then an earthquake, and then a ice age, and now a flood.
But it was this calamity.
And then there was
that would see rise
calamity.
to the city-states we know in Eorzea today. In fact, it's thought a few Machi escaped the calamity and ended up founding the city of Belladia, which would eventually lead to Ul'dah, and soon the other city-states and nations we know today. Now, I'm sure at this point, a few of you are wondering, Jesse, my dude, great lore, but what was the point of all that? Well, in this game, when it comes to any and all trouble, it's usually caused by one of four things. It's either something terrible the Alligans did way back when, or something left over, a remnant from the War of the Magi, or something from the Garlean Empire. Which brings us to the last bit of lore for this video, Garlemald, the current and biggest threat to...
This is the part that makes me the most nervous, because this is like literally the next part of the storyline for me.
Everyone who just wants to go fishing and chocobo race. The Garleans, pure blood Garleans, cannot use magic. Long ago, their ancestors fled north after a terrible accident destroyed their home, and for thousands of years, they...
That's odd. It's that is interesting that you say that. They're the most unexplained, but they're the most currently active threat. Like, so, I mean, of the things he explained, right? Leftovers from the War of the Magi, something caused by the Alligans, right? So these are, these aren't around. This is a war that doesn't exist anymore, and so we're just finding atrocities from that war. These guys are the only like active empire that's actually causing new things that are problems. It's interesting that these guys would be the ones that are the least explained. The humans being the best they can. When you pick human in these games, it's like they are enterprising, most resourceful. Yeah. So they've done so much that they will have done so much that was right. It's interesting. Well, because what's a common trope in a lot of games is like humans are generally the underwhelming race. Like other races look at them like, oh, they're quite what's the word? They're quite resourceful, like you said. They're very adaptive. But they're quite average, scrawny. Not good for work. Because compared to most other fantasy races, we're pretty small. Most races are like 7 foot or taller, or they're quite small and they have other abilities. But like, yeah, humans very average, unimpressive or weak, and the only thing that ever generally seems to bring human races on top in games is their organization, and just the military strength and their diplomacy seems to be it, right? Good mystique on this vid.
Existed as a small nation in
For
northern
Sprouts,
Ilsabard.
good, yeah.
And as I'm sure you've noticed from what we've talked about, most growth as a nation up until this point came from wielding ether in its various forms. And like I said, the Garleans simply could not. Then 50 years ago, Solus Zosgalvis, a brilliant leader and soon to be first
This guy looks like he
emperor,
fucks, holy shit.
discovered something called ceruleum, a powerful source of energy found in abundance on Ilsabard. Think of it like glowy oil.
Yeah.
This great
They struck
discovery brought technological change to the Garleans,
Super
unlike
Rome.
anything anyone had
Fancy.
ever seen
I'm
before. In
can't
a
wait
single
to look at these
generation,
guys.
He managed to create a continent-spanning empire and a new type of ceruleum-powered machine, Magitech. To say this quick ascension to power affected the egos of the Garleans would be an understatement. They came to believe themselves to be superior to all other races. They ascended so quickly
because they obviously, and honestly it's somewhat justified. They have a reason to feel that way. That's the scary part. They have a genuinely decent reason to feel like they're superior to everyone else because they do not need magic or the elements or the any part of any, like, they are fully self-sufficient. They figured out how they don't need to be allied with the magical forces of Eorzea to survive. That's a really good reason as a nation to say why you're better than everybody else. That's why they're such a compelling race, because they are strong, they are dominating, they are self-sufficient, they don't have a crutch, there aren't chinks in the armor, like they legit are beyond many. I don't intro because they will come in super hard with Star Wars Prime left field formation. Yeah, I mean, like, it's no, that's I love when it's done that way. It's not just a small band that's threatening. It's not just like, the orcs of Blackrock Mountain, getting up to trouble again, right? It's like, this is a serious threat. There are millions of them. It's like, it's much more like when the Legion invaded in Legion, right? Like when we got to see, like, oh, actually, shit, like you actually can't just kill them. They just come right back. That's compelling and really terrifying about the Legion. That's why many people thought Legion's story was actually very good. In some areas, other areas wasn't so good. But like, people thought that the Legion was made to be a lot more compelling in that because of the way that they set it up. They explained, like, yeah, no, they're actually fucking terrifying. They don't die. They have infinite energy. They've enslaved an entire Titan to basically mix the powers of death and fell together. So without this pre-bake for you, it's more like, why is this guy named XX Legatus von Belsius the 16th? What is that? That's not a okay, whatever. You just gave it some random ones, didn't you? And you're having to stomach the ranks, the posturing. Good bid. Yeah.
with no help from magic. And so, with this attitude...
I made the mistake of trying to read it. I'm like, 14... Well, yeah, you just did XIV, because that's the quickest thing you could type, and then you just threw an I on the end, because you didn't want it to be just XIV.
They soon turned their gaze to the rest of the world.
I see
under
you.
The pretense of bringing the more barbaric races into the fold and
Guilty.
ending dangerous religions and the practice of summoning elemental primals, they would expand east into Othard, conquering Doma and Dalmasca. With little resistance and their only
so they
major
currently
threat,
have
Alamigo,
this
on their border, they next sought to conquer
or they're coming close to it. We're over here.
20 years prior to the start of our story,
right?
They would attack Alamigo. Suffering from all sorts of problems, and in
that's Alamigo, not over there. This is Alamigo. Okay.
Strife of its own, Alamigo fell quickly to the Empire. Its people outcast or forced,
and that's why it's in the status now. They displaced Migo
in ruins.
Right,
now,
so that's why they're in ruins.
Nothing stood in the way of Garlemald's invasion of Eorzea. It's this invasion that would serve as the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV version 1.0. And so those are the three major obstacles you'll face as the Warrior of Light. So to summarize, Hydaelyn is both a planet, star, and crystal, the patron of you, the Warrior of Light. That crystal is connected to the ether that flows through everything. That ether can be used to create magics, weave spells, make all sorts of things. And using that ether in the past, we've seen great nations rise and fall, empires span the entire planet, and then disappear in a calamity. And all of that history, and now the Garleans, will comprise the three major threats that you face as the Warrior of Light. Oh, wait, did I say there was a fourth?
Oh, right.
I guess we'll have to save them for the next video. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for cramming all this lore into your brain, and hopefully it was worth a like or a share to a friend. I've got two more lore videos coming. One about 1.0, one about the reboot Realm Reborn. I hope you'll come back and watch those. This has been a ton of fun to work on, and I can't wait to show you
here's
the
the link.
Thanks for joining me on
give
this
it a like if you haven't already.
And as always, I'll see you.
Very good video. Okay, so I'm glad I watched that. That didn't feel like going. And then it goes. There's the Astral vs. Umbral. Might watch that some other time here. I'll even get that up here just and leave it there. And then there we go. Okay, so that brings. Wow, how am I not? Does it not disconnect you if you're AFK for a super long time? I love that. Keep the most profitable nation on the border of the nation that falls immediately. Big brain. Look, I mean, what are you gonna do? Fucking move a city? What? Let's see. Okay, well, let's turn this. There we go. All right. Okay, we're gonna return to Elened. I said more about Robin, but you'll get it. All right. Fair enough. I was actually tempted to, instead of go Maelstrom, to go with the old one, but I went Maelstrom because booba. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You be heading out. See you next time. All right, see you later, Bodrick. Thanks for coming by, man. Okay, let's see. Elened. Thanalan. Get dry bone. Alright, we'll go right up here. What's this? Achievements current area. Big attack, never attack 13. That's temporary impossible. Bury me not on the lone prairie. I will let them know. We dropped off the sylph. We thank you for your service to the church and to the sylphs. You may be pleased to know that in your absence we interred the remaining scions in the witch yard. Perhaps you still wish to do more with your friends. If so, I would remind you that you have already done so much on their behalf. Please take a rest and set aside your burdens for now, Trino. Nice. Spectacles. Inside. Okay, eyes on me. Marquez believes he is being watched. I'm not imagining it, Trino. I know I'm being watched. This is different, sinister, as if I'm under observation. The feeling comes and goes, but I felt it when I last ventured outside. Yes, I know I felt it. Will you look outside for me, please? It will only take a moment. What is he up to? Search the lich yard for unseen observers. Did you? No. What's this? There we go. Second, get out here. Hold on, let's get the Alright. Imperial Frumentarius. Easy. We go in here. Marquez. You were attacked, weren't you? Are you unharmed? Thank the gods. I knew it. He was watching me. But why was he watching me? What did he want with me? Did he perhaps know something of my past? If only I could have asked him. I need to think. Please, allow me a moment alone. Wait. Father Iliad must hear of this. Will you tell him for me? It's important. I think others may come for me again. Heavens forfend that such a thing should happen on holy ground. Do you have any idea who this man was? Did you notice anything distinctive about his garb or possessions? He dropped an Imperial shortsword, a standard-issue blade for all Garlean infantry. This is Garlean steel, which means the man who was watching Marquez was... Make haste to Camp Drybone at once. We must summon the immortal flames before more Imperials come. Ooh, they coming. Alright. Hold on, I need to try these on first. Oh, shit. We're already... Oh, we're going. Oh. Alphanod? Wait, that's...
I fondly hoped that I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate. At ease, adventurer. I come not on behalf of the Empire. On the contrary, I mean to revive the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Okay.
And to that end, I have come in search of a legend. The greatest engineer of our time, Master Sid Garland. I have come
Sid.
for you.
That's Sid? No.
I fear you are mistaken, child. He is but a poor soul who bore witness to the horrors at Cartano. I beg of you.
Wasn't Sid in
leave us
FF7?
in peace.
Wait.
Like a Magitech mechanic or something?
Hear me, Sid. Eorzea needs you.
Oh, he doesn't remember. He's making him remember. Holy shit. Calling people by their name. Well, no, because Konosena and Robin, they all have their same names. No, that's not going to be it. That can't be what does it. On. I guess he just truly didn't remember who he was.
Sid, was it? Here. These belong to you. I thought you bore the mark.
Yeah, he
of
is in
greatness.
FF7. I thought so.
It seems that I was right. Our time together was all too brief, but it felt as though my son had returned to me. You have brought joy to an old man's life. But it is time for you to help those who truly need you.
He's still wearing the goggles. How did I not notice?
Who are you?
He's the guy from the opening cinematic.
Year, at your service. As a
The
scion
Valier?
of the Seventh Dawn, I stand against our primal and imperial foes, as my grandfather once did. 'Tis no secret what befell our order at the Waking Sands. Word has already spread across Eorzea. The repercussions are far greater than you realize. In the wake of the calamity, the three city-states focused their efforts solely on reconstruction, leaving the scions to combat the primal threat unaided.
We got fucked. Well, I mean, we were fighting the
lo,
primals
we are
just
all
fine.
but destroyed. Yet even as the nations mourn our demise and abandon what little hope they have left, we cannot forsake our duty, now least of all. The Ixal have summoned Garuda once more, and she torments the people of Kurthus as we speak. Her appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals.
Garuda.
Worse, in
Bird
her present
mommy?
incarnation, our Baldessian colleagues believe she surpasses both Ifrit and Titan in strength.
And other things.
Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Were we somehow to defeat Garuda,
Well,
it would serve as
Titan
a
got
warning
that
to the
cake,
other
though.
beast tribes
You better
that
be.
even their mightiest gods can be felled.
Titan kind of thick, though.
If we are to face our foe, we must first circumvent the tempest that shields her sanctuary. And for that, we need an airship. Your airship, Sid.
Yeah, buddy.
I have an airship?
Yes, Sid, you do. Your very own airship.
It's talking to him like he's a child.
It was last seen in the skies over Gridania, not long before the calamity. So let us begin our search there.
An airship? My airship? Oh,
Wait.
That's the Sid we all know.
Come, let us put an end to the primals. Together, we will show the world that the Scions are still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, we're not, like, all dead. Yeah, we'll get some new science. It's fine.
They need my airship. They need me.
Sid, nice to see you back, buddy. The Enterprise. I've heard that name before, but where? That's the name of your ship, I think, right? He who waited behind. Alright, this is a big new chapter in the MSQ, I believe. Father Iliad has some parting words for you and the others. What a curious twist of fate that Master Sid Garland would at last be found within our church. Defies imagination. Beg pardon, Trino. You wish to find his airship, yes? I know not how much truth there is to it, but there is a tale known as the final flight of the Enterprise, which grew popular in the wake of the Calamity, much like the Great Gubu Wall of Ulda. It states that the Enterprise flew northwest from Gridania towards Korthus. Northwest from Gridania towards Korthus. If true, the airship would have passed through the North Shroud, likely over Falgard Float, the closest settlement to Korthus. Mayhap the Serpent stationed there have records of the events that transpired that day. I had hoped you might rest from your journeys for a time, but I see that the world still has need of you and the Scions. Pray look after yourself and Sid, Trino. Alright. So, that's going to be, I know where that is. That's up here, in here, and, yep, literally just right there. And they're inside this building here. Aethelmare? Is there aught I can assist you with, sir? The Enterprise, you speak of Master Garland's ship, yes? I needn't refer to the records. I know that the airship was sighted overhead 5 years ago, currently bound for Korthus. What became of it after that I cannot say. If you wish to know more, pray speak with Vortifart at Florentel's Spire. He was on duty that day and saw it with his own eyes. I am unsure what it is you hope to accomplish, though. Even should you locate the ship, would you not need a man of Master Garland's caliber to fly it? I hear tell that the machinery is fiendishly complex. Well, we just so happen to have a man of Master Garland's variety. Wow, that's pretty high up there. Can you go up there? Is it trackable land? I don't think it is. Looks like it's actually just the Korthus area. Vortifart. You've come in search of Vortifart. Well, then well met, for you have found him. Indeed, for I have served as whaler for many years, since before the Great Snows came to Korthus. What exactly is this about? Ah, the final flight of the Enterprise. I do indeed remember that day. Vortifart wishes to tell you of the final flight of the Enterprise. It was on the eye of the Battle of Cardno. Nigh on 5 years ago, I held the Spire alone that night, while the bulk of our forces marched to meet the enemy in the field. Then, all of a sudden, the most fantastic airship I'd ever seen splits the sky overhead. I could only watch in shock as it disappeared over the mountains to the northwest. If the Enterprise wasn't destroyed during the calamity, I'd wager it's still somewhere in Korthus. The astrologians at the observatorium may have records which could help, but to obtain them, you would need to deal with the Ishgardians who control the region. I wouldn't expect much, though. The high houses have long been concerned with their own affairs above all else. When Dalaman descended, they took shelter behind their gates, and even now they have little regard for the plight of other nations. Nevertheless, they may deign to assist you, should you prove yourself useful. Consider providing your services to the soldiers who guard the observatorium. Though they may refuse you at first, I've little doubt they would accept aid freely offered. Let's see if we can negotiate then. It's Ludobois, Corthan Islands, Corthus. Oh yeah, okay. Ooh, all right. Wow, this is very. It's a snowy area. Let's get this hunting log really easily here. What's this? House Durandare Guard? Where's that? House is this House Durandare? This looks like a dungeon. What's in here? I don't even know if I can unlock this yet. Yeah, I think I have to unlock it somehow. Probably through story. What's that you say? Once the void scent grab hold, their soul is theirs, or your soul is theirs. Listen to him leave this place and never return. What the? Okay, Jesus, fuck. You know I'm a black mage. Like I know a thing about a void scent. Like. So we gotta get, is there a crystal over here I can grab to port here? No. Where's the aetheryte crystal? Up here, Camp Dragonhead. Alright, so we'll have to make sure we do a trip up there to get that. Another ice sprite. This feels very, very nice. I love winter zones, you know, like just mountainy, snowy mountain ranges where there's, you know, like you can barely see, you know, more than 100 yards in front of you because of the weather. Big fan. Turn this in here. White Mischief, levies of the Observatorium. Speak softly to me, and feel the fire sheep to the slaughter. We're gonna save all these side quests for when we level up Marauder. Excuse me, can you repeat that? You wish to offer your services to House Durandare? And what, pray tell, do you wish to receive in exchange? Ha, how absurd! As if we would permit an outsider to peruse the records of the Observatorium. Do not mistake our courtesy for friendliness. The Holy See of Ishgard may allow foreigners to travel freely within these lands, but we do not intend to offer succor to strangers. Oh, I don't like that. That's gross. I don't like that. Can I dye this? Do I not have any dyes on me? I don't. Shoot. Or wait, I can cast Glamour. Wait, what is this? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I think the Velveteen. Let's do that one. Cast. Yeah, there we go. Sir Ludobois is doing his utmost to intimidate you into leaving. Helena, have mercy. Are you still here? You may take shelter within our walls if you insist, but do not distract me while I'm on duty. We're stretched thin as it is. And where in the hells is that knight I sent out on patrol? He should have returned ages ago. Perhaps I have a use for you. After all, if you still wish to aid us, search the wilds to the west for my missing man. You will know him by his uniform, that of House Durandare, as is mine. Right up here. Killed overnight. Help this guy out. If it wasn't for you, sir, I reckon they would have finished me off. Despicable dragon-loving bastards. Death was a mercy they didn't deserve. I prayed the rumors were mistaken, but this confirms the worst. Does the duck perform a function? What duck? I prayed the rumors were mistaken, but this confirms the worst. I must immediately inform my superiors that the heretics are operating within this region. Fare thee well, friend. I don't know. What are you talking? What deck? What do you mean? The Unending War. Back to Ludovois. Okay. I must say, I didn't actually expect you to find my knight, much less rescue him. I see I may have been premature in my judgment, sir. We are a proud people, beholden to tradition, but that does not mean we are without humanity. I shall instruct the astrologians to entertain your request. However, understand that it ultimately is their decision whether or not you may peruse their records. Pray proceed to the observatorium and introduce yourself as Edmel. Oh, the rubber duck. Oh, the rubber duck. It doesn't. No. Not currently. Currently, it doesn't serve a function. But, no, the actual story as to why I currently own this duck, not why it's here, but why I own it, is because I heard a thing that, like, it's actually a thing with programmers where they will explain their problems to a rubber duck, where if they're trying to, you know, address a problem or solve a problem, you know, in their function or whatever, they will explain the problem to the duck, and in that process hope to, you know, like, realize, right, that's, okay, clearly that's the answer. Essentially, it's learning how to just, you know, think out loud, but to actually have a rubber duck on your desk is, like, a common thing, I guess. So I bought one because it was $1 on Amazon. I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of cute. I'd like to have a little rubber duck on my desk. And then as I was explaining it, I was just like, you know, fuck it, I'll just put it up here because there you go. Because I talk, this is chat, basically. I'm talking to chat. Now where is, what was it? Edmel. Wow, wants to speak to Edmel. So, okay, right here. I didn't even see that. Are they inside? They must be, right? Yeah, in here. Edmel. Nice hat. Nice glasses, Elton John. What the fuck? Sorry. Okay. The gentleman come in search of the airship. This is highly unorthodox. Whatever could Sir Ludovois be thinking?
Is it true that we maintain meticulous records which stretch back it is true that we maintain meticulous records which stretch back generations. However, because this information is used to chart Dravanian activity, access is strictly controlled. One can never be too careful with heretics and their sympathizers lurking about. If you would persist with your inquiries, pray seek an audience with Chief Astrologian Forlamort up above. Okay. They're too small. She went she went and bought sunglasses from like the toddlers section. They don't even cover pupils. Oh man. All right. Oh, that's enough ridiculing the NPCs. Let's. Is he at the top? Really? We have to go all the way up? It's probably the highest point in the game, to be honest. If it actually... Oh, Jesus. It's going further? Okay, we're almost to the top. It goes up further? Hold on. Wait. You hold on a second. I don't even care. Give me a sec. Is there like a top you can look out from? No way. Yo. Oh, you can fall too. Oh, Jesus. Wow. I kind of wish the weather wasn't on right now. If it could be clear skies right now, that would be... Oh, wow. That's beautiful, actually. Yeah, with the mountains and everything. If I could... Yeah. That's really pretty. Alright. Let's find... What is that? Oh, that's a big old one of those things. The, What's the tool called? Fucking someone said it yesterday. It's an astrolabe. Astrolabe. No, absolutely not. Have you any inkling what it is you ask? What the fuck is the hat about? Like, why are you all wearing it? Were our records to fall into the wrong hands, it could change the course of a war which has raged for generations. I speak not of some mere spat between Southern nations. Ours is a holy crusade, and we are... We are the arbiters of Halon's will. I will not put our great nation at risk, certainly not to help a foreigner locate a missing airship of all things. Pardon the intrusion, Forlamort. I wish to speak with you regarding the recent... Oh, I did not realize you had a guest. Inquisitor Guillaume. You honor us with your presence, sir. The gentleman was just leaving. Alright. Ah, you must be the one who rescued House Durandair's knight from those heretics. Doubtless they feel indebted to you. I am told you seek an airship last seen in Corthus 5 years ago, yes? You've come to us at an inconvenient time, I fear. Much has changed in the intervening years, and a little for the better. While I wish you the best of luck in your search, I would also strongly advise caution. The snows can come quickly in Corthus. One moment you may feel as though you have a firm grasp on the surroundings, safe and secure in your knowledge, and the next you may find yourself in a wholly unfamiliar situation, blind to the dangers hidden by the blizzard. It would be wise for you to focus on a single landmark whilst traveling. Do not give in to temptation and deviate from your course? Really? Like, actually? Like, I actually need to do that when I'm moving around the zone? I was not aware you ate at House Durandair in that fashion. Thank you, sir. Nevertheless, my decision stands. I cannot give you what you seek. Yeah. Alright, Josiah, can you help me out? Here there, sir. I cannot help but overhear your conversation with the Chief Astrologian. There may be a way I can assist you, but it would require that you perform me a favor in exchange. An associate of mine has yet to return from his expedition to the cliffs east of the observatorium. He was adamant that he can conduct his observations alone despite the presence of Ixil in that vicinity. If you would seek out this astrologian and confirm that he is well, it would be a great comfort to me. Search for the missing astrologian. East. Okay. Well, knowing that we can't die if we're not in combat. We can't die from falling damage if we're not in combat. I'm gonna abuse that. Men of Honor. Yo, what is that soundtrack? Jesus. Alright, cool. That was epic. Just out of nowhere. XOI. Oh. Do a little hunting log here. Any other... Oh, it was just the one? Okay. For Maelstrom. Fuck, I need to do my Maelstrom quest too. What a relief to see someone other than a goddamn birdman. I thought I could finish my work whilst the Ixal were away, but they returned far quicker than I anticipated. It was all I could do to hide and hope they might leave again before I froze to. Wait, who are you? You are not one of our knights. A man of House Durandare cannot be seen in company of an unbeliever. Good day, sir. Okay, go fucking die then. What? Oh, scary birdman! Who that is? Zayla. Oh, you can put apostrophes in your name? Pretty cool. I think you can do that in ESO as well. It's a bold move to allow players to use apostrophes in their names, I think. You really do have to limit. You have to make sure you can only use like one apostrophe per you know, single name. Like first and last each can have one. Okay, right, so south side. Going back up into the tower. Because everyone likes a quest where you have to run all the way to the top of a tower to turn it in every time. Nope, not this one. There's the fake out. You baited. You thought, but no. Here's the real one. Alright, Josiah. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived, muttering about the disgrace of having been rescued by an unbeliever. Serves him right for underestimating the dangers our knights face every day. But you are eager to locate your airship. It may surprise you that by saving him, you have already aided your own cause. House Durandare is quick to regard outsiders with suspicion, as it is their duty to sound the alarm at the first sight of a Dravanian aggression. Yet you have already aided them twice, for which they are honor-bound to repay you. Even so, they will not grant you access to the Observatorium's records. That is just as well, for there are other ways you might locate your missing airship. It's to make you appreciate that you're getting closer to unlocking flying. Oh, the height of the thing? Yeah. I will watch the replay for the story behind the duck. I was driving home data cutout. Oh, this was I don't remember what stream that was, but it was a few of them. I mean, you could probably just look at the streams quickly and click through them to see when a duck up suddenly appears. But no, it was just very much like, should I? And then I just, yeah, I have tape.
Oh, that's never coming off. What I propose is that you petition Lord Portalane for an additional introduction on the other high houses. The word of House Durandare carries tremendous weight in Ishgard. Should the captain consent, you would have little trouble obtaining information from the other high houses. Now, but here's the thing, okay? This is a founder me, okay? This is something we're going to have to remember later down the road. Anyone else who comes in, when they ask what's with the duck, the correct answer is what duck? There is no duck, okay? It doesn't exist here. Anyone who comes in and asks, we gaslight the shit out of them that there is no duck, okay? Everyone in chat. I want the first moments of intrigue and that little moment of courage where someone has to say something in chat to the streamer and in a small stream and possibly be exposed. I want that to be met with aggression and confusion. Right? That's the brand I'm going for. Ban duck truthers. Imagine if we started timing out. Just timing out for like a minute, right? Like not like a big timeout at all, just like 1 minute timeout for like you know, talking about the duck or anything like that. Just be like, what duck? There is no duck. I'm gonna do it after stream. I don't want to fuck with it right now, but I'm gonna add it to oh wait, no, I'm fine. To like Cloudbot. There'll be an exclamation point duck command. And just the response that Cloudbot will give is what duck. So, in here, porcelain. You caused quite a stir in your short time here. First you slay 2 heretics and save a knight, and now I hear you rescued a man of our house. I imagine you must desire something for your troubles. An introduction to other high houses. I cannot deny that you have given us no cause to distrust you. But while you have performed 2 acts, you would have me endorse you to 3 high houses. It is only fitting that you aid us one final time. Wouldn't you agree? If you're gonna give me gear for it. There. Okay. Lord Portalane requires that you perform a 3rd task on behalf of House Durandare. Now, I understand you are very eager to find your missing airship. Worry not, for this task should take a man of your skills but a moment to complete. Not long ago, a porter bound for Skyfire Locks was ambushed on the road due west of here. Though he escaped with his life, he would very much like his wares as well. On the off chance any portion of his shipment remains, I would have you travel to the scene of the robbery and bring back what you find. Okay, so we gotta get that guy's stuff back. Lest you intend to perform only a cursory search, bear in mind that recovering the stolen merchandise will endear you to House Hylanart, further improving the chances that they indulge your request for aid. Is this just the Levemates? Oh no, what is this? Fort of Fear? Do you unlock something? There are dark places that only an adventurer may illume, and Sir Caralt is about to point the way to one such pit of peril. I've heard much of your doings. I think you the man for this task. To the west is Dismal Darkhold. 'Twas meant to serve as the new keep of Lord Dismal, ever a friend to House Durandare. Before the mansions and carpenters could complete their work within the caves, hordes of void scent appeared and drove them out. In the years since, the creatures have consolidated their presence. As such, we officially petition your assistance in reclaiming the Darkhold. All arrangements have been made. You need only give your assent. Speak with Sir Ophelia at the Ingress if you are with us, and she will tell you what you need to know. I think this is a dungeon? Yes, it is. So I'll be queuing up for this dungeon then, and doing this. If any of you guys in chat want to join up with it, happy to invite. We're on Cactuar. Cactuar? Is that how you say it? But I'll queue up now, and I mean, really, I think anyone joining will rapidly speed up the queue, so I'll still leave and re-queue if someone wants to go with. Welcome to Dezimel Darkhold, built to withstand all Dravanian ploys and plans. These were natural caves natural caves behind me until House Dezimel began to enlarge, connect, and fashion them into a stronghold. Alas and alack, the Void Scent struck, interpreting the Mas904. Thank you for the follow, man. How you doing? Alas and alack, the Void Scent struck, interrupting the work. Alas, then in confusion, Garleans infiltrated the keep. Alack. All in all, it was a fine mess. The Garleans were eventually forced into retreat, of course, but the Void Scent remained, and so the fortress goes uncompleted, a home for abominations. What was us? I would, but I am in SAM job quest at the moment. Oh, it's Mason. What's up? De Stefano, right? The Garleans were forced to retreat, of course. Yeah, we got that. Oh, it's us. Yet the war with the dragons rages, and we have no nights to spare for this noble mission. Even I am here strictly on a very long morning respite arranged by Sir Carolot. Please see that these abominations, Sir Adventurer, sir. I have much prowess with paperwork should you require the aid of that sort. Okay, so let's go ahead and queue up this thing, and then we'll continue with the MSQ while that is going. Or do we do it like solo? With like a bunch of bots. I mean, it'll take longer, but I think it'll be more... I'll get to do more damage, I think. It'll probably be better with actual people pulling larger pulls. Where do I go? All the way in, right? All the way to the end of the hallway, probably? This is the place where they told me to turn around and never come back because I was too much of a pussy, I guess, or something. Yeah, these two. I don't even know shit. I was invited in. Get out of here. Ah, shut up. Go this way, right? And it's... Oh, it's level 44. I can't even do it. Okay, never mind. I see why they're telling me why. Alright. Alright, so we've unlocked the opening for it, but not the quest. Or, I guess we've discovered it, but we haven't unlocked the actual dungeon. Alright, down for 3, right over here. Oh, I literally just need 1 level, and then I'll be good. Okay, so I'll just do this quest, and then I'll probably be there. Stolen wares. They're gonna jump out at me right here. Thunder. Oh, and we lost Enochian. There we go. God, that's such a satisfying ability. Alright, well, I don't have to fight these guys. He's got that. Some mana back. Just a trail of them. Any more? There must be a different spot. Oh no, I guess there's just 3. Alright. 3 for 3. Objective fulfilled. We can just hit 44, then we can do this dungeon. Port Lane. Have you good tidings to share, or better yet, stolen merchandise to show? God bless you, friend. It's all here. Every last... Ah, but wait. That chest over there looks like it might have been pillaged. Bloody hells, that's the personal property of Lord Frenzel, too. Are you certain? Clearly an attempt was made to open it, but the lock appears to have held. Nevertheless, if you wish to verify the contents against your shipping manifest, be my guest. Fury, take me a draconian rosary in the possession of Lord Frenzel? Yet perhaps this is not so difficult to fathom. House Halinart is whispered to be infested with heretics.
Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, sir. I shall inform the Inquisitors immediately. Under these circumstances, I strongly advise against associating with House Hallinart. Your other introductions will need to be postponed as well. It is the duty of every Ishgardian to root out and destroy heretics. All else must wait until this matter is resolved. Okay. 44. 44. Come on. Nope. Alright. Sir Cowalt is, has something very important to tell you. Come closer loud and listen well. This is for our ears only. Lord Francois is no heretic. He is a goodly, righteous man, wholly dedicated to the cause. I know this because I served House Hallinart for years prior to the calamity. You must go to Skyfire Locks and warn him of the coming storm. The Inquisitors are ruthless and will spare him no mercy. Speak to him of Edelweiss, and he will know... What does it say? And he will know you for a friend. Now go. Okay. This way? Okay. God. Doors are such a new thing for me to get used to, man. Which is funny, because... Well, did you guys know it takes 10 IQ to operate a door? Apparently, according to science. Door boss, yeah, exactly. Which I think is, I don't know, that's kind of it. It takes 10 IQ to open a door, but doesn't it take like 5 IQ for you to even like breathe? So like it only takes 5 more IQ points to open a door. Where is, okay, oh, it's just a bigger, deeper. I thought it was a lot shorter. I wonder how much IQ required for a bead curtain? Oh, okay, 0? I mean, yeah. You can probably collapse through it, so yeah. That took me a second. A man may die of want in a fort as well as a hovel, and Sylvancel is needed an adept hunter to help on the locks. The common folk of Ishgard know to seek shelter in Skyfire Locks whenever the dragons attack in force. Each stronghold must be victualled with these extra mouths in mind. Will you help secure meat and sheepskin from the caracoles that roam the snowy plains? These stockpiles will mean the difference between life and death for the helpless folk under our protection. When the sheeprens are skinned and dressed, make your deliveries to the strongholds and watchtowers. Every morsel and every shield against the cold counts, no matter how small. Wait, hold on. That's a side quest. I'm not doing this right now. You're the main quest. There we go. Like, this doesn't sound like what we were doing. Yes, you look as though you have something to say, do you? Wild Rose. Is there an Edelweiss in your pocket, or are you happy to see me? No, it goes into a cinematic? I see, Sir Geralt has not forgotten my mother's favorite flower. A pity it has not seen Corthus since Calamity. You may speak freely here. It must not have registered that I clicked the last one. I said the... What? That's absurd. I would sooner die than become a thrall of the dragons. Alas, it matters little what I say at this point. Although the Draconian Rosary was not found in my possession, it will still be considered by many to be the proof of my heresy. I must do my utmost to prove my innocence to the Inquisitors, for if they even harbor the slightest doubt, this will only add weight to the incessant accusations our house has suffered of late. It's as though the gods themselves are plotting our fall. You risk much by coming here. It is only proper that I can recompense you for this deed. Tell me what you desire, and I shall do my best to provide. A missing airship? I see. I may require a prolonged effort to locate your quarry. I shall direct you to one in a better position to assist you. Lord Harshafant of House Four Temps commands the garrison at Camp Dragonhead. Present him this letter of introduction, and he will surely be receptive to your needs. Got a little letter of recommendation. And we're heading up the Dragon's Head. It is just up there. Camp Dragon's Head. Did you know FCs can craft airships and submarines? I did not know that. I didn't even know that there was, like, legit water travel in this game. What do you mean submarines? Are the submarines just technically airships? Alright, we're arriving at House 4 Temps. Wow. Camp Dragonhead. So any FC that owns a house and a workshop inside the house. Okay. I'm so glad there's tons of side quests at this level. I'm going to need them for alt jobs. Harshafant. Ah, the unmistakable swagger of a well-traveled adventurer. If you are come to pay your respects, be at ease, friend. I am not one to stand on formality. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome many more brave souls like yourself. But enough chatter. Pray tell me why you have come. You can add different holes in parts to add specific stats to each ship. Wow. That's nutty. If there is any justice in this world, these charges will receive no serious consideration. It is beyond inconceivable. Ah, yes, the letter made mention of a pressing matter for which you required assistance. What might that be? The Empire. The Imperials. So this enterprise you speak of was last seen above Korthus before the calamity 5 years ago. I fear it may prove difficult to find any eyewitnesses to these events, for while Ishgard did not participate in the Battle of Cartno, we were embroiled in our own internal conflicts at the time. Of course. Nevertheless, I will make inquiries on your behalf and share with you my findings in the future. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Camp Dragonhead. I will see that you are afforded every courtesy as a guest of House 4 Temps. We get some new gear. What's this? That's some... this is 10 spell speed on it. I'm probably going to just keep that. 7 and... Yeah, it's not. We're going to go maybe... I'm still, like, So I'm curious why some of these show Disciple of War. Like, why the options are Disciple of War, all classes, and then specifically Gladiator, Marauder, Paladin, Warrior... So is this the 3 different, like, classes of gear, basically? Like, what would the Disciple of War fit? Who can wear that? It's ARR gear, it's not worth learning. Oh. Just curious. Worth it to me. As you have doubtless realized by now, the high houses of Ishgard, House 4 Temps included, are either unable or unwilling to offer you formal assistance in your search. It will be class-specific once you get out of ARR. Okay. However, that does not mean that there are not influential individuals within each house who are sympathetic to your cause. I shall be sending missives to their various representatives in Ishgard, though I suspect it would be quicker and more efficient if you were to make inquiries of your own. Lady Neen of mine own House 4 Temps, who resides here in Camp Dragonhead, rather enjoys the company of travelers. There is also Kravelin of House Halinart, who can be found at Skyfire Locks, though any information you pry from the scribe may prove difficult to parse. Have you spoken with the chief astrologian of House Durandare yet? Really? Perhaps he'll be more accommodating once I inform him that you are a friend of House 4 Temps. Yes, he would not tell us anything. Do not concern yourself with House Dezemael. I shall contact them myself. Seek the counsel of the 3 I mentioned and return to me when finished. Ass is in my face. Alright, so we gotta go talk to the 3 places. Basically get signatures of some department heads here. We can get this pushed through HR. Nine. Damn girl, Nine can get it. Why, hello, good sir. What's that, an airship you say? I hate to disappoint you, but I know nothing of what you seek. Likely no one of House Fourtemps does, or if they did, I would definitely know as well. The topic on everyone's lips these days is what will become of young Lord Francel. Some say the allegations are long overdue, given how many members of House Hallenart have been found guilty of heresy in recent days. That is unfortunate timing. Okay, we got another one down here. And then looks like there's gonna be one in Dragon's Head. Okay. Because we go back to Full Realm Mart and see if he'll help us now that we have that little letter of recommendation. Such good music in this zone. The more I play Ninja, the more I love it. It's a little dumb for not trying it sooner. I think I'm like 2 levels away from trying Ninja on my Rogue. The thing is, Rogue just doesn't grab me at all. I've gotten it to level 28 and I haven't had fun yet playing the Rogue. So, you know, I mean, like, I'm not one of those people who's going to say, like, well, then that means Ninja's probably also bad. Like, I don't think that's true at all. Ninja can be really, really fun and totally different. But I just don't know that's the case, so. I mainly want to train up a tank job. Because I'd rather, I mean, like, if I'm going to at least support two combat jobs, I might as well keep them different roles. When you get the hand signs, it will make more sense. Okay, fair enough, yeah. Hello, Grim. Yeah, it's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's like saying, you know, I didn't like Black Mage before you hit 42 and, like, you get, you know, instant Fire 3 procs. Right? And honestly, now having played Black Mage this far, I think I'm only 44. I would wager to say anyone, like, if someone told me they tried Black Mage and they didn't like it, I would ask, did you play through level 42? And if they didn't, then that's my biggest red flag, because that level sold me on this class fully. Hold on. Scared the living shit out of me. I could have sworn I heard a at the door. Okay, now they're barking. Hold on. Bro, Monk has him being fucking haunted or some shit. Like, number 1 tank IMO is Dark Knight. Warrior close to. I wouldn't have tried Black Mage if it was for a stupid bet I took. Bet a friend I could level a Black Mage from 1 to 90 within the month of February. If I had won, they would have had to switch to Row via Fantasia. If I lost, they would have to go Lala for a month. Well, I'm guessing you went Lala? Or did you manage that? Hello and grant me strength. There must be some way to... Oh, who are you? A friend of Lord Harshafant. Ended up going Lala. And no regrets, right? I want to help you. I truly do. But these accusations of heresy have thrown House Halinar into chaos. Right now, we must focus on combating these charges and preserving our reputation. To 78 before I burned out. Actually love being Lala. Yeah. Lala's, honestly, it feels good in combat. It honestly, like, it's so nice when you're trying to, like, maneuver, like, seeing where you are on the ground. It's, like, you know exactly where you are. Your feet form a tiny little point, you know, and your body doesn't get in the way of the battlefield. It's great. So I could never play, like, I don't understand tanks who play, hold on. I don't understand who, like, tanks who play, like, big characters like Tauren. Like, you can, in most cases, you can't see what your fucking enemy is doing. Because you're just standing in front of them. No warrior's best tank. Stay Lala until you get to Endwalker, then there is a special Easter egg as one. Okay, sweet. But bigger means more tanky. Technically, I mean, like, you know... They did give Tauren the 5% HP. But, like, it's just, it's a matter of... I mean, it's the same reason why I will say a tank is the worst raid lead. You have absolute... You are... When you're that close to the boss... Hold on. Let's do a little bit of... Hold on. Let's see. Okay. When you're tanking, and you've got a boss, okay, so say the boss is here, big boss guy, he's your giant, okay, he's only got 1 foot, okay, he's a giant, okay, and then here's tank, here's tank guy. This guy's field of view looks like this. That's what the tank can see. Right, you got your pants here. How is this an effective raid leader? You know what perspective we're seeing this from? We're seeing this from the perspective of a ranged DPS or a healer right now. This is what needs to be seen. This is the position a raid leader should be taking. Not this. What is this? Tanks who raid lead are just people who are full of themselves. Most of the time. 90% of the time. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 tank raid leaders just love themselves. That's why they are both a tank and a raid leader. And they're probably also your GM. Am I wrong? Because the person who has the worst view of the fight is fighting irrationally for control over it. All the tanks in shambles right now. When you beat AR, you get 1 free Fantasia. I did everything. It's not true in my experience. Totally can. Totally could differ, but that's, like, just from a mechanical perspective, like, that's the thing. When you tank, you watch behind you. Yes, but you have to watch behind you. Nobody else has to do that in order to see the room. It's just the tank that has to do that if they want to raid lead. So it's like, yeah, you can do it. But there's compensation you have to perform in order to better raid lead. And that's true for any class. Any role has to, is going to have to sacrifice some of their performance for the ability to raid lead better. Because it's just, you're now doing two things, not just one. So, there's the other argument that, maybe tank is too important of a job for someone to, perform less than perfect. But that's been my take on. What do you consider raid leading? Raid leading, I consider to be the person who is tracking timers for the whole raid and conducting callouts themselves. There are ways to alleviate this where, like, your tank may also be the person who's most versed in the fight, but they don't do the callouts. They assign people who are going to have to deal with those mechanics to do the callouts, because one, that's not extra bandwidth that their brain has to use now. They are already thinking about that thing. So having to just say it when they do it is not as much bandwidth as just someone who doesn't do that mechanic, like, say, a tank, trying to call out mechanics for DPS on memory while they're doing their own job. So it's more about putting the callouts in the position of the people who are already thinking that thing. What do you think? Why would you need to see everything? Isn't that why there are other people? Well, yeah, it depends on how you set up your callouts. A lot of the guilds I've found, it's like, you have the main tank doing all the callouts for everything, because they're just generally the person who's most comfortable on the mic doing that. But just functionally speaking, a main tank is going to have the worst possible view of the fight out of any other, well, aside from melee DPS. Melee DPS have an even worse view because they're behind the boss and other people are, may not be. But yeah, it's just, just from a mechanical, you may be able to compensate for it just fine. But, yeah. And generally, in my experience, I've found, like, raids that use a DPS or a healer for their raid leader to just seem more functional to a certain extent. But there are certainly outliers. I gather you have been busy since we last spoke. Lord Harshafont's missive was positively glowing, but if you think that his endorsement had cause for me to disregard Ishgardian policies, then you are sorely mistaken. We are at war, sir, and the enemy grows bolder by the day. Why, in the short time since Inquisitor Guillaume arrived in Korthos, countless heretics have been discovered, even amongst the elite of Ishgardian society. If Lord Harshafont wishes to waste his days chasing after a long-lost airship, then that is his choice. But if he expects others to share in his folly, then he is truly blind to the present state of affairs. Alright, well, it's not my fucking drama, so don't yell at me. We're going now up to this guy. Yeah, we can just port right back. Camp Dragon Head. And then, yeah, right over here. By your countenance, I take it you did not learn anything of use. Nope. Nor did I fear. It seems the whole of Korthos is consumed by this talk of heretics in the high houses. We can only hope that my sources in Ishgard proper provide more pertinent information. There we go. There's 44. Okay. So now we can do that. We have sure casts. We'll have to look at that. I had another personal request to make of you. It concerns Lord Francel, of whom much has been whispered in the recent days. I have received a report that he and 3 knights were seen heading north towards the Steel Vigil. The outpost was long ago overrun by the Dravanian horde, so I am not certain what he intends to accomplish with such a small force. Whatever his motives, I fear for his safety. Pray journey to the Steel Vigil, and see if Lord Francis' party requires assistance. Okay. Where is this guy? Where'd he go? All the way up there. Wow. Damn,
he went off. Can we exit the city from this side? I think yes. Okay. And let's also queue for... Yeah, does a male Darkhold. There's a 12-minute queue. That's plenty of time for us to do this quest. Road to Redemption. Ooh. Ogres. They look kind of like Titan. Oh, that was fast, actually. Okay, we're going right in. Doesn't melt Darkhold. Real dungeon time. Level 44 dungeon. This shit's serious now. This is like, we're doing like Lower Blackrock Spire. King of the Court 9, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. By the way, you guys can also follow me on Twitter. I do stream every night at 6 p.m. on the weekdays, and I try to stream at least one good long 8-hour stream on the weekend. One day on the weekend, and leave the other one. It's usually, it'll be either Saturday or Sunday, depending. But I always let people know on Twitter if I'm not going to be there, when I'm going to be there, or, you know, what day on Saturday. You know, I can clarify that, so. Good place to keep up on stream if you need to. Jeez, we are just trucking. Okay. I need to get some ground here so I can... They're just... I have no instant AoEs. This isn't fair. Just spamming C. Or is it Scathe? Yeah. This isn't the... This is not the cinematic experience I was going for, guys. Come on. Oh, no. Can I get one cast off? Eh. Whoop. Jesus Christ. These guys weren't fucking around. Check terminal 3 begins counting down. Do we stand here? What's this? Oh. Okay. What was that? Following big eyeball. Ooh, it's a flappy boy. Okay. We go in. Brand of Thunder. Ouch. Oh, come on. There we go. And then tossed, and then right back into fire. God, that's a hell of a rotation. And then we'll go ahead, we'll toss Thunder, Fire 2, right into Blizzard 3, right into Fire 2. Ooh, shit. Come on. Target something. There we go. Right back on this guy. Get another lightning out on him. Oh, come on.
Panther. That, and then this. Blizzard 3, and then Black to Fire 3. There we go. Wow, that was fun. Magic transfer? Sure, yep. Okay. Some scary crystals. Ooh. Whoa. Some explodey boys. Open up fire 3. Big boom. And I'm gonna get left behind. Whoa. Let's get a nice thunder out on those. Right into Blizzard 3, Fire 3, Fire 2. I'm starting to figure out that the mana management, the mana rotation. I think I need to weave freeze in. What's this? Dark Mage. God. Pass. Need. Yeah. Okay. Blizzard 3, Fire 3, Fire 2. Oh, I can just go Blizzard 3 and Fire 2. I don't have to do Fire 3 to go back to straight 3 pass, 3 stacks. Fuck. I need to not use transpose anymore. Whoa. Big boy. Okay, Fire 3 out. Do a little damage reduction debuff. Fire 3, we got Thunder. Thunder. Another Thunder. God damn. Okay, and then that goes into Blizzard 3, and then that's into Freeze, and then into Fire 3, and then Thunder, and then Fire. And another Thunder proc. God damn. Popping off. Holy shit, there's another Fire. God. This is this is the most satisfying rotation I've ever played. I love the procs, and all of the procs just land for big damage. It's so heavy. It's not like all these little procs that you have to get perfectly right, otherwise you're gonna do no damage. It's like the proc itself just does so much. I already rolled. Okay, okay. Yes. Okay. Let's get a little AoE lightning out there. And maybe into AoE fire. Whoop. Smooth as butter, just wait till you get Enochian. I thought Enochian was like already the thing I'm kind of balancing with like the triple stacks. Like, isn't that not like what the Enochian system is? Or is there that's just a totally even different level. Yeah, like yeah, really, level 44, 42, 44 really just fucking kicks you in the butt with how much more involved and reactive the rotation gets. What am I doing here? I'm just spamming. As I'm saying that, I'm just sitting here spamming Blizzard 1. It's such a reactive rotation. You really have to think about it. Oh. So we go in here. Okay, I thought I was about to die. No, let me. Why can't I go in? Why can't I go? Oh. Ah! Okay. An oak is the bar at your gauges 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. That counts on every 15 seconds. Oh. Wow. So I haven't even, come to see what an Oakian is yet. Understood. I understand that I don't understand. Oh. Cinematic time? They're probably going to kill the boss without me. Damn, okay. Oh, they waited, yay! Okay. I don't know why I'm building fire like this, but we're rolling with it. That's immediately that. We'll go ahead and give this. We're gonna take mana back. Oh, I didn't see that. That's not good. We have to hard cast a blizzard. It's gonna freeze off. Look at that. Fire 3. Let's do this. Double cast into the fire. Is invuln? Oh, that's how I noticed. Okay, I need to literally pay attention. Refresh lightning. One. And then into this. That. Into this. Yeah, there we go. Smooth. Nice. Level up. Ooh. Oh no, the lodestone just posted there's cross data center problems.
Commendations. Conjure and White Mage. Like anything? I did! Look at that! Oh. Okay. That was a solid dungeon. Right, so we were on road to redemption right here with Francel. Checking out where he went. Who goes there? Trino? No, stay back. That fiend is still here. Aid Francel's Knights? Okay. I heard the beast cries from over yonder, and Lord Francel is safe. Bless you, sir. Bless you. Unnerved Knight. Curse those fiends. It's as though they knew we were coming. And we got one over here. An unfit Knight. Confound it all. How are we to redeem the House Halente if we cannot even slay a single Avis? We are fortunate you came along when you did, sir. House Halinar will remember your kindness. Francel. I saved you guys. Save the people. Do the thing. We're looking cozy. It was a foolish thing to do, I know, but I had hoped we might demonstrate our devotion by slaying a number of the Scalekin. Moreover, it was House Halinar that yielded the Steel Vigil to the Horde many years ago. One might say that our defeat heralded the slow decline of our house's once great name. We have been brought even lower by these despicable accusations of heresy, and despite my best efforts, I have done naught to improve the situation. The day of my trial approaches. Soon I must accept the judgment of my inquisitors, whatever it may be. But even should my protestations fall on deaf ears, I will proclaim my innocence to my dying breath. Alright, so he's gonna go face the music. But I'm sure everything will be fine, right? The real killer killed somebody else while he was in the bathroom. And that's how they know that he's not the killer, right? That's how these cop shows always end. Let's see, over in here. Fart. What did you find at the Steel Vigil? I see. A reckless plan, but at least it did not cost him and his knights their lives. I have news for you as well. A witness to the final flight of the Enterprise has been found. Alas, there is a complication. It has become common knowledge that you paid a visit to Lord Francel at Skyfire Locks not long ago. Upon hearing this, the witness became understandably reticent to make your acquaintance, for fear of being seen in the company of a man who might later be declared to be a heretic. A not unreasonable fear, given the zeal with which the Inquisitor Guillaume has conducted his investigations. In any case, if we wish to obtain his testimony, we must first clear Lord Francel's name, and by association yours. 36 weapon coffer. I feel like I love my current weapon. 34. Okay, so this will probably be better. Nope. Waste. Lord Harchfont suspects that someone is conspiring against Lord Francel. As I see it, the key to proving Lord Francel's innocent is discrediting the evidence against him. I speak of the draconian rosary found in the chest you yourself recovered. If you would, please tell me the incident in question. So it was found in Locke's chest labeled as the property of Lord Francel. If the rosary was not his, then someone else with access must have planted it. Here is what you must do. Return to Skyfire Locks and speak with Rickaman. He works closely with the porters who ferry goods across Korthus, so we may have some inkling on who could be responsible. Right, so speak with Rickaman. The Skyfire docks, or locks. Just south, actually. I need to figure out how to turn off novice chat. This shit is annoying me. There we go. Novice network. Why? Boom. Done. Thank God. Following the evidence, recommend. And Tirolon. Someone's tampering with shipments. Fury, strike me down if all them rosaries found in our people's possessions were planted. Hey now, don't you give me that look, lad. I'm a house hell and art man through and through. This heresy nonsense is bad for me and my family too. And I ain't saying the porters what were bringing the shipment did it though. I know most of them what work the trade routes, and I've never had cause to question their faith. But if it wasn't them neither, then your guess is as good as mine. After all, at most every shipment is thoroughly inspected before it. It could have been the fellas what were responsible for the inspections. Ishgardian Knights and Inquisitors, the lot of them. As if they'd ever turn their cloaks. Reckon that means the porters are your most likely suspects. Hate to think it, but maybe you should question them. There's a crew coming to Camp Dragonhead from White Brim Front this eve. You might consider having a word with them. Alright, let's talk to these guys. This is not the exit. Is it here? Doors are hard. Oh. And another. And another. And another. It's triple Thundercrocs. Wait, sure cast. Hold on. Spells can be cast without interruption. Additional effect nullifies most knockback and draw in effects. Duration 6 seconds. Okay. I haven't come into many situations where that's the case, but I guess you would use it if you're gonna just like tank a mechanic or something and you want to be interrupted. Does knockback start to affect my casting more as I become a higher level? Because like I don't think I've even noticed spell pushback. Oh, it's saying knockback is in physical knockback, and draw in has been like the grip mechanics. Okay, so those won't happen during the 6 seconds this is active, and you can't be interrupted either by being hit by abilities. Gotcha. That's very nice. All right, so that would be. Put this here. I want to put Mana Punt on 5. These on shift 5. And then we'll do this. And we don't care about those. It's used for when the boss is going to move you around. Yeah, gotcha. I like that. It's a way to, yeah. So you just keep casting through it. But since it's only a 6 second duration, you essentially have to cast it in exactly the right time. "100% a planned move, a planned ability. Following the evidence. Speak with the porter. Okay. So we gotta check with these porters from out of town and see if they know anything about this shit. About who planted this shit in the shipments. Apathetic porter. Beg your pardon. You suspect that we porters have been planting draconian rosaries in House Hollenart shipments? What nerve? If you truly believe such nonsense, search our parcels and see what you find. Alright, well, fucking do it. So, Dismel, Hollenart, draconian rosary hidden inside the parcel. House Hollenart, plant draconian rosary. So it's the Hollenart ones. Finished? If so, I would appreciate an apology. But that's impossible. Once the night at White Brim Front concluded her inspection, I loaded the parcels into the wagon myself. And if I had been the culprit, I would have never allowed you to search my shipments. Say what you will, the Lord Harshfont, I will not be held accountable for this. Oh. You don't exactly have a say in that, do you? Harshfont. Did something happen outside? I thought I heard shouting. Oh, but more importantly, what did Rickerman have to say? Found these. Draconian Roses, a brand of unbelievable and enemy... An unbeliever and enemy of the Holy See. More Draconian Rosaries, and every single parcel bound for Skyfire locks? That beggars belief. Even the Inquisitors must acknowledge that this is no more than a crass attempt to sully Hollenart's reputation. Whoever is responsible has overplayed his hand. And praise Halon that he did. Lord Francel's trial is upon us, and we must act now if we are to clear his name. Have I mentioned that all the voice actors change when you start Heaven's Ward? You guys did mention that they get significantly better, or they redid lines and whatever, but Lord Harshfont needs your help to clear Lord Francel's name. From the very first, I knew it could not be that so many members of House Hollenart were heretics. At last we can give the lie to these poisonous allegations, and put an end to this travesty. I will need to prepare a formal statement regarding these developments for the Holy See. In the meantime, I would have you bear my words to Inquisitor Briggy. Tell her that the House Fortemps asks, nay demands, that Lord Francel's trial be postponed until full investigation has been conducted. It's heating up. Can cut the tension. Alright, here we go. Briggy. What is it, my child, Lord Harshfont would have the Inquisitors do what? Harshfont's Japanese voice actor is so different than his English one. Say that about any dub, really, couldn't you? WGV was amazing in general. That's not impossible. Inquisitor Guillaume presides over Lord Francel's trial at Witch Drop even as we speak. Fear not, if Lord Francel is indeed innocent, he shall walk in Helen's halls with the fallen heroes of Ishgard. Let's go in the eyes of gods and men. They have taken Lord Francel to Witch Drop? This is madness. The Inquisitor does not have sufficient grounds to subject him to that manner of trial. I will not stand idly by and allow an innocent man to die. Trino, I would dispatch you in one of my knights to Witch Drop to forestall the proceedings until such time as I am able to join you and petition Inquisitor Guillaume in person. I will endeavor not to keep you waiting too long. Do whatever you must to keep Lord Francel alive. We gotta save this guy. Where'd he go? Over there? Witch Drop? He got taken over there? Yo, I just want to fight the Imperials. Play with some Magitech shit sometime. Arlinette. Hail Trino, as you can see, Lord Francel yet lives. We must try to reason with the Inquisitor, but if his guards judge us a threat, we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. Jousin Charlemagne Francel de Halanart, you stand accused of heresy against the Holy See of Ishgard. Is there aught you wish to say in your defense? Hear me, brothers. These charges are false. The men and women of my line have ever opposed the Dravanians, and I am no different. Since the very birth of our nation, we have gladly shed blood in service to the Holy See. Condemn me, and you will strike a blow for the enemies of Ishgard. It is for Halone to judge if you speak the truth. Prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men. Leap from the cliff, and entrust your fate to the Fury. What? Okay, we're going fucking draconian with our methods here. The righteous shall take their place in Halone's halls, while the wicked shall reveal their drunken forms and be put to the sword. In the name of House Fortemps, I beseech you, stay your hand. Harlanette. Inquisitor. We are come on behalf of Lord Haurchefant. My lord has uncovered evidence which suggests that the charges against Lord Francel are without merit. Fury is another name for Halone. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure what Halone actually is. But it's a god. Is it a primal or something? Or one of the 12, maybe? It's like synonymous. We humbly request... It's one of the 12 gods. Gotcha, okay. We humbly request that these proceedings be suspended until such time as a full re-examination of the facts has been conducted. When Ishgard believes in. Okay. Lord Haurchefant has allowed his personal relationship with the accused to cloud his judgment. That he should harbor private doubts, I might have allowed, but that he would dare interfere in legal proceedings sanctioned by the Holy See, I cannot. To defy the will of an inquisitor is to commit heresy, a crime for which there is but one punishment. Fucking heresy, fucking Jesus Christ, guys. We must hold them until Lord Haurchefant arrives, Trino, and remember, no harm can come to the inquisitor. So kill him. Haurchefant has come.
It is not our intention to defy the will of the Archbishop. Archbishop? Archbishop, yeah. But this trial, like many others I fear, has been orchestrated by enemies of House Hallenart. They have used you and your fellows to sow discord, Inquisitor, to set brothers against brother, that we may tear ourselves apart. The fevered imaginings of a desperate man. What proof do you have of this? By the fury, a draconian rosary. Then the knight knew, who refused to yield, it was he who summoned the wyvern. A heretic in the ranks of the Temple Knights. This has grave implications. Your claims would appear to have merit, Lord Haurchefant. I shall withdraw my charges against Lord Francel pending further investigation. I trust you have not lost sight of that which first brought you to Korthos, Trino. Pray locate your errant airship and use it. Oh yeah, that's what we're here for. Lord Haurchefant, I have not the words to express my gratitude, but why would you risk your reputation to save mine? Because I know you, boy. You're too loyal to betray Ishgard and too devout to question your sentence. Had we been any slower, you'd have jumped of your own free will. I would have done whatever it took to redeem House Hallenart. Praise alone did not come to that, but it profits us little to dwell on what might have been. Let us quit this place, Trino. Pray visit me at Camp Dragonhead once you have recuperated. Okay. Let's send us right back there. No, it leaves it here. Okay. Go there. Bam. Dragonhead. Interesting little tangent we're on right now with the story. A lot of diplomacy stuff we're trying to work out here just so we can have access to travel through and find the ship. Haurchefant. You look well, Trino. May I say what a pleasure it was to fight alongside such a fearless and skillful warrior. Were it not for you, Lord Francel would surely have died defending the honor of his house, and it might well have perished in the hands of a heretic and his wyvern. Were it not for you... Hold on. House Vortems and House Hallenart shall never forget your service. Now let us return to the matter of your missing enterprise. Yes, please. I'd like to introduce you to his witness. The man with knowledge of the enterprise awaits you outside. I pray his information proves useful to you. Ooh. Mystery man. Discomposed cataloger. How quickly the commoners' opinions change. They say Lord Francel is innocent now, but just a few days prior. Anyway, you were inquiring as to the whereabouts of an airship last seen in Korthos several days before the calamity, yes? Well, it so happens that I was monitoring the night sky at the observatorium during that period. I recall that a small vessel came from the direction of Gridania and landed near the stone vigil in the far northwest. So it's going, like, well, I guess on stream it's going like this on the map. Like, so... The garrison almost certainly seized the vessel and brought it within their walls. If so, then you would need an army of knights to have any hope of securing it. Though Lord Haurchefant is, from all indications, quite fond of you, so mayhap he can lend of you a few. In any case, I have done my part. I shall pray for your success, friend. Okay, Haurchefant. We need your shit, please. Give. Oh, so you're, so you've oh god. Oh, so you've, at last located the Enterprise. I believe congratulations are in order. The Stone Vigil, perhaps I spoke too soon. The outpost has been held by the dragons for years, and all access is restricted by decree of House Durandare. I will write a letter to Lord Drillamont of Whitebrim Front, and request that he grant you permission to enter. That said, I fear my influence my influence alone will not suffice, so I suggest that you request Lord Francel do the same. Now that your business in Camp Dragonhead is concluded, I suspect we may not again meet for some time. I wish you well in your journeys, Trino. May Helon guide you. Francel. He's gonna be down here. All the way down there.
Oh, we need one of those. Final fight of the Enterprise. Ooh, this is neat. Sylvantel. A man may die of want in a fort as well as a hovel, and Sylvantel has need of an adept hunter to help fight ritual the locks. The common folk of Ishgard know to seek shelter in Skyfire locks whenever the dragons attack in force. Each stronghold must be victualled. Oh god, it's this one again? Never mind. Hold on. No, that's not what I wanted. I've picked up your stupid quest twice now. I'll come back to you later with another job. Wonderful to see you again, Trino. If there's anything I can do to repay you, name it. So the airship you seek is likely inside the Stone Vigil. It shames me to say that it too was once an outpost held by House Hallinart. In the chaos that followed the calamity, the Dravanian horde caught us unawares. The fiends have held the outpost ever since. As we lack the strength of arms to retake the Stone Vigil, House Durandare instead has been charged with the duty. Given that, I doubt that my words will carry much weight with Lord Drillamont. Nevertheless, I will write your letter. Before you depart, a word of caution. The cravens who attempted to destroy House Hallinart have yet to be unmasked. Though their plans were foiled, they doubtless still harbor great hatred towards us and towards you now as well. Okay, we'll go with Francel. Yeah, so I wonder... Shit's heating up. Okay. And they are... Wow, they're way up there. Okay, so let's get up here, and then we'll run that way. Let's see. That's happening by your request. Alright. Well, it is about that time. I think it's about time that we need to end stream here, unfortunately. Just as the story's getting a little bit more interesting. But we will be right back tomorrow, again, at 6 p.m. Central. We'll go live. Same thing, MSQ. We'll be getting through it. We're hoping to get to Heaven's Word probably by the end of the week. I mean, maybe. We're getting pretty close. But again, yep, 6 p.m. tomorrow. Make sure you follow the channel. Make sure you follow me on Twitter so you can keep track of when I'm going live. Yeah, thanks for coming to stream, guys. Really appreciate your viewership and everything. We appreciate you having here. So, have a great rest of your night, guys. Peace.